Hello, everyone, and welcome back to Fallout Season 2. Today we'll be reviewing Episode 5. Not much happens in this episode, so this should be a quick review. Here we go. Let's get right to it and see how long this will take us. So we pick up right up from where we left off last episode, with the Deathclaw emerging from Gamorra. But now, there's a twist. It turns out there wasn't just one Deathclaw, there was another Deathclaw off to the side. But actually, double twist, there weren't two Deathclaws, there was actually a third Deathclaw over on the other side of the camera that was also hidden. But now he's there. Did he come out of a hole? Was he hiding behind a curtain or something? I don't know. One minute he wasn't there, and next minute he was. But actually, wait, I thought there was another. Let's see. Oh, okay. I thought there was a fourth Deathclaw, but no, there's just three. So obviously, Lucy doesn't know what to do. She defers to Cooper, and Cooper tells her to run the hell away. So that's what they do. But they don't get very far when a Deathclaw has them cornered. They're hiding behind a car. And, yeah, there's cars here. When I feel like these cars would have either been salvaged long time ago, or repurposed, reused. Yeah, I don't see. It would make sense to see cars if this was taking place like maybe a year or two after the war, after the bombs dropped. But this is 250 years, and there's still cars just on the strip, hanging around. Yeah, like I said, that doesn't make sense. The only way it would make sense if these are actually repurposed, reused cars. That I guess Mr. House had them reused for someone to use. I mean, he's no longer mobile, and his minions are all robots. So I guess these are the cars of multiple wastelanders throughout the Mojave and other territories. That's the only explanation. It's a silly explanation. It doesn't make sense with what we've been presented with, but it's the only way it can make sense. Because, like I said, if these were pre-war cars, then they should have been decimated, destroyed, salvaged, sold, whatever. They shouldn't be here. If these were pre-war cars that were found somewhere else and reused there by multiple wastelanders, and then these wastelanders all came to Vegas after learning about the potential of winning big and stuff, and then suddenly Deathclaw emerge from underground or somewhere. We still don't know where the Deathclaws came from, why they're here, why there's a nest, and okay. And another thing, let's get to it now since we brought it up. It's a little bit out of order, but I thought in the previous episode, I thought that both Freeside and New Vegas were gone, because outside the gates we found a lot of ghoul kings, and what looked to be like a ghoul king, like a king, like the leader of the kings. So I thought Freeside must have fallen. Then we go into New Vegas, the strip, and there's no one there, no power, no people, and a giant Deathclaw nest. So then I assumed that both Freeside and New Vegas fell, but that wasn't the case. Somehow, Freeside is still active. It's still operational. There's still people in it. But then, New Vegas, there's Deathclaws inside. So that means that the Deathclaws either jumped, like Hulk jumped, over all of Freeside, they were airdropped in, or they did they put on big hoods and walk through Freeside and then enter. I guess if they were brought in as eggs, not as Deathclaws, someone just smuggled in a bunch of Deathclaw eggs, and I guess as a prank decided to scatter them all over the New Vegas Strip. I I guess you could get away with that, but again, that doesn't explain what is the explanation, the official explanation for these Deathclaws. So I don't know how. Like this is like a locked room mystery. How did the Deathclaws reach the New Vegas Strip without having to cross Freeside first? If they've been through Freeside, then the people there either should have been dead or hiding or whatever. But and I guess the other question is, you've already got such a big, promising nest location uh, in Freeside, so why ignore that and continue to New Vegas? Are they saying that because Deathclaws used to be a government project, that these are like secret CIA Deathclaws? Are they secret agents sent here to cause what's the word? Disorganization in New Vegas? It's like when the CIA wants to topple a dictatorship somewhere, so they send a bunch of people to like fund the local um militias or whatever to cause chaos in the country. Did the government send Deathclaws to cause trouble for Mr. House? I don't know. I don't know. Um, Again, if that's the explanation, it still contradicts the actual explanation. So I should probably wait until we get to the actual explanation for where these Deathclaws came from before we discuss the Deathclaws just deciding to nest in the middle of New Vegas, ignoring all of Freeside for some reason. Um, okay, so we'll put a pin in that and we'll continue. So, Lucy and Cooper are cornered. They've got nowhere to go. And just when that happens, they happen to glance at their side to see Dogmeat running towards just a conveniently sized doggy door thing, in the sheet metal door. There's a little hole they can squeeze through. So they go, oh, let's go over there. So they run into it and slide under it, and that's it. They're out. So if you were hooked on the last episode's cliffhanger because you thought there was going to be a big Deathclaw battle, sorry. There isn't. They're probably saving it. If there is, they're probably saving it up for the finale, but right now there isn't. So, yeah. So now we head back to Freeside, because obviously that's where the door leads. And we see oh, right, hold on. It's weird it's weird that the Deathclaws didn't follow them. I mean, they're only one sheet metal door behind. I feel like they could easily bust through that. Why did they ignore that? Yeah, and now suddenly it's daytime. So how much time did it did, did it pass? Did they go to sleep somewhere? I don't know. It's a little bit disorganized, but yeah, it's nighttime. They're running away from Deathclaws. They slide into the door connecting Freeside and New Vegas, the New Vegas Strip. It cuts to the cold open intro sequence. Cuts back to them standing in Freeside in the middle of daytime. So I guess you're just left to guess what any events happened between them there. But I mean, not. It doesn't seem like a lot of time has passed because the first thing Lucy asks is what's up with those big lizard things. So, are you telling me that throughout the night she didn't ask anything about that? I guess she was just too shocked to ask. Or my other theory is that when they slid under the door, like, I don't know. Maybe from how terrified, yeah, the adrenaline rush from the terror of facing down a multiple Deathclaws overwhelmed their bodies so much that they just passed out then and there, and they just woke up now, in the daytime, and now they've picked up their conversations. So, if that's the case, then I guess that makes sense. And yeah, she's asking about the Deathclaws, and it cuts to the gate that they just slid under, and you hear Deathclaw noises. So you must know where your prey is, right? Are they just not hungry, or are they like super territorial where if anyone tries to enter the strip? Oh, is that it? Oh, did Mr. House run out of Securitron, so he genetically engineered some Deathclaws to be his security? Oh, man, I don't know. I guess if that's the explanation, it would make sense as to why they're not trying to attack anyone outside the gates. But that'd be crazy. But wouldn't surprise me either. So I don't know. I don't know what to believe anymore. So, where were we? So now it's just it's a little quiet time. Cooper finally explains to Lucy why what he's doing. I mean, she heard him. I mean, at the end of season 1, she must have heard him say, "Where's my family?" to Hank, right? So she knows that he's looking for his family. But I guess this is the first time he explained to her exactly what his family's situation is. He says that both his wife and his daughter are cryogenically frozen, which, again, is weird considering how the show started off with the nukes dropping and Cooper taking his daughter up on a horse and running away. So what I was gonna assume from that when we cut to him being a ghoul was that somewhere along the way, kind of like a Last of Us situation, he lost his daughter, and that made him a whole lot jaded and stuff. Maybe she didn't get ghoulified. Maybe maybe the radiation killed her outright instead of turning her. Maybe maybe she just got killed by a random wastelander. But no, somehow we go from Cooper and daughter on horseback running away from a nuclear explosion to Cooper is far away in California as a ghoul, and his wife and his daughter are in an underground vault in Nevada, cryogenically frozen. So, I don't know. Okay. I mean, I guess the explanation could be as simple as his wife tracked him down and like I don't know, tranked him or something, drugged him, took his daughter and ran, and that's the last he saw from them. And I guess he knew that Hank was a Vault-Tec guy from before the war, so maybe he knew that he and his wife were working together on this project or something, so that's how he came to the conclusion that Hank must know where his wife is. So, yeah. It's a bunch of stuff for. I guess it's a bunch of stuff for people who've forgotten what the plot is, I guess. It's a good little reminder. But yeah, I guess at the same time, it makes sense for him to say that to Lucy because she doesn't know a whole lot about him. So this is like a little, I guess you could call it like a bonding moment or whatever. But yeah. But all of that is interrupted when Lucy suggests that we just go back there and try to finish the job. And Cooper says you can't just waltz past a pack of Deathclaws. And Lucy scoffs, like, they're called Deathclaws? Yeah. I know it's not the most original name, but I don't know what. Do you want them to be called, like, you know, Giant Lizard, Godzilla? You got a better name? It's clearly something like unnatural, inorganic, something. No, not inorganic is a wrong word, but it's clearly something not natural, not something of this world. So, giving it a name that is also like so mishmashy, so like nonsensical. I guess it makes sense in its own way. I don't know. Am I being biased here? What would you call that? You know? Like a dinosaur? Would you call it by its like scientific name, like Lizardus gigantissus or whatever? Like, come on. But whatever. They were just making fun of everything because I guess they think their material is better somehow. All the fucking incest jokes and masturbation jokes. That's clearly more highbrow and more intellectual than Deathclaw. I don't know. I don't know what they're thinking. Yeah, so Lucy still got the itch. She needs more drugs. And Cooper finally has enough and goes, you know what? This bit is not fun anymore. So here you go. Here's some money. Go over to a general store called Sonny's, which I guess it must be a new establishment, something that opened up after the events of New Vegas, because here in Freeside we see the King's School of Impersonation, we see the Atomic Wrangler, and we see in the distance something that is standing where the Silver Rush should be, but I can't make out the sign. It doesn't say Silver Rush. It might be. It just might be a different font or something, a different color. But yeah, so we have the Atomic Wrangler, possibly the Silver Rush. We have the King's School of Impersonation. So why not Mick and Ralph's? There's already a general store. It's a little bit far away, but whatever. You could just cut to it. But no, we got to go to Sonny's. And I guess considering what became of Sonny's, I guess it's a good thing they just picked a new store out of nowhere instead of going after Mick and Ralph's. But anyways, so he tells her about Addictol, which, you know, like I said, that was something I would have suggested, but I guess it's in his character for Cooper to try to turn her to become more like him. That includes doing a lot of drugs. So, but now he's changed his mind, or he's just annoyed, possibly annoyed. So yeah, tells her to go buy some Addictol, and he's gonna go get fucked up in the meanwhile. So he heads into the Atomic Wrangler, I'm guessing. And inside, we see the interior of the Atomic Wrangler, and actually, we see the signs, little promotional posters from New Vegas, the game. That's great. I actually like the design of the Wrangler for the most part. It looks more modern than we saw it before, but it's been 20 years. It looks pretty clean too, so it's well maintained. But inside, we don't find the Garretts. We don't find was it James and Lisa, or is that isn't that Team Rocket? No, that's Jesse and James. We don't find the Garretts inside the Atomic Wrangler. Instead, we find some guy. I don't know what he is. What he is. I don't know who he is. I don't know what his name is. They don't show it. Maybe they show it in the credits, but this is who's running the Atomic Wrangler. That's fine, I guess. I would have preferred to see, but I mean, if the Garretts were like in their mid-30s in New Vegas, now they would be in their mid-50s. Yeah, that's fine. I would have, preferred myself, if I was like running the show, I probably would have put in, slightly aged up Garretts here. It would be member berries for the audience, but for people new to the show, it'd be like just some two old people running a little saloon. It's fine, no big deal. But yeah. So I guess because the place is empty, old bartender here decides to just dump some exposition. Right? Did I say it right? Basically, he decides to fill in the gaps for the story, and he explains that these death claws came from Quarry Junction. Yeah, that's the official explanation. These are Deathclaw from Quarry Junction. Right. And Quarry Junction is down here. New Vegas is up there. So how did the Deathclaws march onto New Vegas? Did they go from the opposite side? But how did they get past the wall? Or the gates or whatever? Did they dig from underneath? I guess if they went from the opposite direction, which that's where they will be if they came in from south, from Quarry Junction, they would first be faced with Michelangelo's workshop and Vault 21, and so forth until you get to the Lucky 38. Okay. That's how they did it. I still don't know how they did it, but if that's how they went about it, if that's the direction they took, again, there's still the big problem of how they entered the fortified walls of New Vegas. But other than that, if they went from the opposite direction, I guess that would make sense if why Freeside wasn't attacked. But would it? I feel like Deathclaws hearing a bunch of people on the other side of the door, and none of them decide to barge in and have a couple snacks, feed on the populace. I don't know. Yeah, that's also a bit weird, isn't it? But unfortunately, this is no time for explanations, because we just keep going. Came from Quarry Junction, fighting around the strip, big whoop. So yeah, the people of Freeside, or at least this guy, this gentleman here doesn't really care what goes on in the strip, but he phrases it as just another change in management. He's saying like, oh, it's 1 second it's the NCR, 1 second it's the Legion, and 1 second it's House's Securitrons, and this time it's a bunch of Deathclaws. Whatever. It's all the same. Is it? I'm not sure how. With Deathclaws, I don't know. With the NCR or the Legion, maybe the Legion, would they barge in and start eating people alive? I don't know. I feel like there's some difference between bunch of NCR soldiers, bunch of Legion soldiers, bunch of Securitrons. I feel like there's a difference between that and a bunch of giant radioactive FEV infused lizard monsters living next door. I feel like there's a bit of a difference, but whatever. Oh, he says as long as they ain't charging me taxes, I don't care. Yeah, I don't think. Yeah, I feel like once Deathclaws bust down your doors, I feel like you've got bigger concerns to worry about than taxes. But does he actually know what a Deathclaw is? Has he ever seen one, faced one? Maybe he thinks like Deathclaws is just a name of another faction or something. No, he says don't charge me taxes, the lizard people or whatever. So he knows they're lizards. But yeah, anyways, Cooper finally tells him to fuck off, so he does. And as he's sitting there in this bar, drinking away his sorrows, he remembers the time of the past. We go back to flashback times, where, if you remember, the last thing we saw of Cooper was him heading with his wife to Las Vegas, her to deliver the cold fusion thingamajig to House, and for him to go through with the plan to kill Mr. House. But before that, we get a little snippet from Galaxy News, a little news reel. And from the first sentence, I'm like, hold the phone, record scratch, what? The first thing they say is, while the government are twiddling their thumbs at the negotiating table with our communist adversaries. From across the Pacific. So the Chinese, obviously. Right? It's not the Russians. Negotiations? Were there negotiations? I don't think there were. The whole point was, and if I'm wrong, please correct me if I'm wrong, but the way I understood it was, first of all, natural oil, fossil fuel, was running out. And America were the last ones to have a large amount of it. And then at the UN, I believe, basically the UN asked America to, hand out a little oil to the other countries that are in need. But America instead were like, you know what? No, thank you. We're good. And they left. And that's the last time they went to the UN. A long, long time ago. So after that, China were starting to run out of fossil fuel and oil. They were still looking into alternates, but they haven't found any. So in a desperate move, they invaded Alaska as a way to, I guess at first it started as a way to, if you give us what you've got, some of what we got, if you share some of your stuff, we'll leave you be. But I think eventually it just became, if we can't have your oil, then no one can. Um, and that's how the war and the world ended. That's how I understood it. But who cares? That's old news, you know. At this point, the current lore is whatever is new, basically. So we just sort by date, and whatever is newest, that's the official story. So, with that logic, yes, instead of what I just said, instead, America's negotiating a peace treaty with China, I guess. But yeah, meanwhile, the big tech industries are having a little summit in Las Vegas to decide the fate of the free world, led by Robert House. So, yeah. We see Cooper and his wife at the airport with young Hank. I guess he's the one that's got the cold fusion. He's got it in a little briefcase, I guess you could call it, which is handcuffed to him. So, yeah. It's gotta be something important, which means it must be the cold fusion thing. He contacts Moldaver and tells her that, you know what, actually, now that I think about it, I changed my mind. I'm not going to kill him, but, you know, I'll stop the exchange. I'll make sure that he doesn't get the cold fusion, but I'm not going to kill a man to do it. And he leaves the, I guess, poison vial or something. He leaves it behind. And, yeah. He heads off to the Lucky 38 with his wife. Outside, he sees protesters, Securitrons, and human security as well. Protesters are calling him out, telling him you sold out. There's pictures of him with the thumbs up everywhere. I guess he's become the face of Vault-Tec for some reason. We see the senator from, what was it, episode 3? The one that was fumbling around, trying to introduce Charlie. Here she's also trying to protest or something. She gets kicked out, and Cooper tells her, you know, stay strong, keep up the good fight. Okay, sure. Like, were we supposed to care there about this person? I don't know. I don't know what we're supposed to feel there. Anyways, head inside the Lucky 38, and Cooper just comes up with an excuse to be alone as his wife goes to talk to some Vault-Tec execs. He tails Hank, sees him at the bar with the briefcase, and then an elevator opens, and there he is, Mr. House. Not the Mr. House, but the Mr. House, if you know what I mean. The official face of Mr. House. And he walks up to Cooper and tells him that Mr. House would like to see you. So yeah. Still not sure if this is them changing courses at the last minute after season 1, or if this was the plan all along. I don't know, but yeah. They head up to the elevator to the penthouse, I guess, or I think, I don't know. Yeah, the penthouse, right? He's greeted by Victor, and finally we see that same room that we've seen in New Vegas. Depending on how many times you played New Vegas, this is a room that you'll be quite familiar with. You've seen multiple times, especially if you're siding with Mr. House. We got the big computer screens, the big one in the middle, the ones to the side. Of course, the windows overlooking Las Vegas from below, from above, observing below. You know what I mean? So finally, we see Mr. House, the real Mr. House, and Cooper, of course, recognizes him. He's like, "Oh, you're the guy from the toilet," and he goes, "Oh, yeah, I'm sorry about that. I just was very eager to meet you." And I guess the reason for that is he says, "I know they came to Vegas to kill me," so he was just scouting him out. He's testing him to see what his opinions are or something. I guess what we're trying to take from that is when he was asking him about commies and how do you feel about commies, if he said, "Oh, I hate them. If I see a commie, I'll kill him right away. You know, a good commie is a dead commie." Then he'd be like, "Oh, yeah, I can't let this guy see me. He's a danger. He's a threat. He can't be reasoned with. I'm gonna have him blacklisted, or I'll just have him shot on the spot. But because he didn't give him an answer, he was like, okay, there is potential that this guy is like a reasonable man. So I guess it's meant to be inferred, but that's what I took from all of that. If that was the case, then great. If not, then well, oh well. All right. So now we cut back to our favorite character. I don't know if you've if you remember him at all from season 1. It's the chicken fucker who ghoulified Thaddeus and got a fusion core out of it. So now we've seen what happened to him after that, and he's walking down the same path that Hank, Lucy, and Cooper took. He's heading for New Vegas. When I say the same path, I mean like literally the same path. He walks like right into that Deathclaw skull, walks over it like everyone else. Well, not over it, but next to it. I guess it could be another Deathclaw skull, but I don't know. The way it's shot and everything, it looks like everyone is walking down the same path. It's like when there's invisible walls in a game, it feels like there's only one path for them to go, and if they decide to deviate from it, go right or left, they just get stuck. They're walking into the wall, invisible wall. All of this is just like scenery. You can't actually interact with it or explore it. You just got to keep walking on the same road, and it will lead you to your destination. I don't know. So yeah, we have a little montage with him. He's running into rad roaches. He's picking flowers and heading to New Vegas. Then we cut to him talking to I guess an old flame of his, a lost love, and trying to rekindle the flames. At first I thought, oh no, it's going to be another chicken, isn't it? But no, it's not a chicken. It's the fully integrated Technotronic officer. Fully integrated security Technotronic officer. If you remember, I don't know how many of you did the quest for the Garretts, where you have to recruit a robot for pleasure purposes, let's just say. But yeah, there he is. Fisto makes a cameo, which means that the courier helping out the Garretts is canon. Because I'm pretty sure that the Fisto routine is something that you have to upload yourself. You need like a science check to program a little pleasure model for it. And yeah, so there he is. There it is. I guess it must have escaped the Atomic Wrangler, or maybe when this new guy came in, he was like, "The hell is that? I don't need that. Get it out of here." You know, or maybe he just maybe it lived, had a wonderful and prosperous career, and now that it was starting to grow a little bit too old for this kind of game, it decided to retire finally and live out its final days in peace. But clearly not the case, because old chicken fucker here is back for more fisting. But unfortunately, unfortunately or fortunately, depending on what you're into. But fortunately for me, I guess, that is interrupted by Hank clobbering old chicken fucker here with a crowbar and knocking him out, and dragging him back to the underground vault. Now, that's great for me. I don't care, but is there like an explanation of why, out of all the people in the wasteland, he decided to go after this one? Maybe he just stumbled across him and saw that, yeah, this guy, if he dies, no one's gonna miss him. I don't know. Or, knowing this show, this guy might have been the first guy Hank ran into. But yeah, anyways. So Hank, this time, instead of doing a villain speech, this time he's doing like a salesman speech. He's saying, how would you like a chance to forget everything? Every bad memory you've had, all the bad things you've done in your life. Would you like that? And he goes, yes, please. And yeah, he has the little chip in there, and he's playing with the device, and he's slowly amping up the power, and we see him reacting to it more and more extremely, and they even tease us with the slow cutaway to the window, preparing for the splat on the window, like they did before with the mouse and that other Vault-Tec guy. But this time, no explosion, no splat. This guy took on the full power of this inhibitor chip and managed to survive. So finally, Hank got what he wanted, which is a completely healthy and viable test subject. Great, and it just happened to be Chicken Fucker, who came all the way from California. Great. Now we cut back to the Vault 31 dwellers, and they arrive at the Vault-Tec headquarters in, I'm guessing California. They're still not in Nevada, right? So this must be the same headquarters that Cooper's wife was working in. This is the same headquarters where Cooper followed her and listened to her plan out the end of the world and stuff. So yeah. We go inside, and everything is obviously ruined. There's giant barricades, sheet metal barricades, and there's blood. Some banging on the wall is heard, and people start to get scared. And suddenly, two people approach and say, "Hey, this is our spot. Get lost." But then they see that these are more Vault Dwellers. Of course, the person that finds them is old Ma June from Philly, who is squatting here after they got kicked out by the Brotherhood. I don't know why the Brotherhood didn't just outright execute them, but maybe they just managed to slip away. Yeah. So I guess because Ma June has a soft spot for Vault Dwellers, she leaves them be and doesn't do anything to them. Lets them run around. I mean, it is kind of their house, to be fair, but yeah. Um, so the other person explains that they've got a little roach farm going, and they're just waiting for them to be big enough for market. Market for what? For meat? Selling their meat? Maybe, I guess. There's not like fucking roach breeding, is there? I don't know what can you do with a red roach? You can't ride on it. You can't mount it like a horse or whatever. Um, yeah, I don't know. As pets, surely you want them to be as small as possible to be pets, not big. I don't know. I don't know what she's farming them for. Is it their milk? Do they have milk? I don't know. Anyways, um, so Norm asks Ma Jun about his sister, and of course, she happened to be one of the few people that ran into her. But she tells him that, as far as vault dwellers go, she's got no chance. She's heading towards Khan territory and stuff. She's basically dead. So, might as well just give out any hope. Which, I guess, from coming from someone like her, it's not like an unfair, unrealistic sort of take on what would have happened to Lucy. I feel like if she's accompanied Lucy and saw all the bullshit she managed to walk free from, she would maybe change her mind. But as far as she knows, she's just gullible, you know, very, what's the word? Naive, doe-eyed, vault dweller. No combat experience, no people experience, no wasteland experience. So, yeah. As far as she's concerned, she's a dead woman walking. She tells him that she can have whatever supplies you want for your journey, but, after that, get moving. Get the fuck out of here. So, that's nice. Anyways, cut back to Lucy, and she finds Sunny's Sundries, and finds that Addictol has changed prices from 125 caps to 1,000 caps for some reason. And I guess Lucy was going around trying to find other ways to make money, or was she planning to steal money from people? I don't know. She was heading off in a direction, and then she stopped. Like, we can only guess what she was planning to do. I thought they were going to do the same thing that Maximus did in Philly when he had to sell a tooth to pay for repairs. So I thought she was going to have to do some odd jobs, a couple of side quests, so she can afford to pay for the Addictol. But instead, something else happens. Hold on, I'm just gotta blow my nose. I'll be right back. Alright, sorry about that. So, Lucy just happened to, not happen. Of course, it makes sense, but she notices, I guess I should say, notices the back entrance to the store is open. So, she thinks about her actions, and finally she decides to go through with it. She decides to, instead of paying for the Addictol, she's gonna go sneak into the store and steal it. So she heads inside from the back, and the guy that's running the store just happened to be walking upstairs, I guess moving supplies around or something. She notices a power fist for sale for 10,000 caps or something. Another jacked up price. It used to be 800 caps, which is, depending on its condition, it's a steal. But recently it's been changed to 10,000 caps, which is crazy. Considering like one fusion core is sold for 431 caps or something like that, but bought for almost 1,000 caps. So this one power fist is equal to 10 fusion cores. Crazy. But anyways, manager walks back down. Lucy was just about to steal the power fist too, but she notices the manager walking down. So she so yeah, at first I thought she put it on the ground, but no, she found like a little duffel bag and managed to stow the power fist inside the bag. Right. And she walks up as soon as she notices the manager looking away. And as she's about to leave, she notices there's a dead guy in a dumpster, naked and bloodied. And that's when the shopkeeper, manager person notices her and is like, "Hey, what are you doing?" Now this person here, obviously he's, well, I was going to say he's a poor and disenfranchised fella, but he seems, seems well fed, shall we say. He's wearing clothes that are a little bit too small for him, but maybe these are the only ones he can afford. But, it's not his job to explain himself. This is his store. Lucy's the one in the wrong here, so it's on her to explain herself. So Lucy goes for the, "Oh, I just walked into the wrong door, sorry." Little explanation, which it's a risky one. I feel like if I was DM, I feel like you'd have to roll at least an 18, maybe a full-on 20 for you to get away with that. But that's just me. So luckily for her, this guy's he might be well fed down here, but not so well fed up here, you know what I'm saying? So this guy's starts staring at the trash can, and Lucy notices that the poster, there's like a little framed portrait of Sonny, and he doesn't look anything like this guy standing in front of her, but he looks awfully suspiciously close to the guy in the dumpster. So Lucy puts on her thinking cap, her detective cap, and goes, "Where's Sonny?" And the guy goes, "He left town." And Lucy goes, "Oh, so he's not in the trash can behind me?" And he goes, "No, that's a guy who tried to rob the place." Which, as far as deception checks go, I feel like that's like a nice and even, like 15, 16 maybe. It's not as unlikely. But unfortunately, like I said, this guy doesn't really have the mental capabilities to... He's not quick. It's not quick on his feet. Both figuratively and probably literally too. So Lucy's like, "Well, why is he naked? Did he come in naked?" And he goes, "Yeah, it's not that weird for someone to rob people naked. Who cares?" Lots of people do it. I guess the implication that he came in naked, and that's why the only clothes he put on were Sonny's clothes, which were too small for him, and that's why he looks like that. Great. Anyways, thankfully, old, what's his face? Does he even have a name? I don't know. Fake Sonny. Funny. Old Funny here, luckily, is smart enough to notice that his lies aren't passing the check. And he starts going for the gun. Lucy starts seeing him go for the gun and goes, "You know what? Actually, I think I'll leave." But he doesn't care, and he goes for the gun, tries to shoot her. She warns him, but he doesn't listen, and she shoots him, and he falls down. Now, she threatens him that if you pull out your gun and try to shoot me, I will maim you. Because that's what she constantly does to people. She shoots them in the legs or whatever, as if blood loss isn't a thing, death from blood loss. Um, so she shoots this guy in the shoulder, and he falls down. And she heads to him. I guess she was about to lecture him, like, see what you made me do, you young whippersnapper. But the guy fell on something, like his head hit like a metal pipe or something on the ground, and he died on impact. So I guess this is the first person that Lucy killed, because she starts to have like a little existential crisis, and as soon as she does that, a lady walks in. I thought she was like Sonny's wife or something, but I guess she's supposed to be like a customer. She walks in and goes, "Who are you?" And Lucy goes, "I don't know." Ah, get it? Because she killed a person. She went against everything she was talking about. She's become the very thing she swore to destroy. When I'm like, if I was the girl, if I was the lady asking her that, I was like, "Oh, are you okay? What do you mean you don't know? You don't have a name? Do you not have parents? Do you what? What do you mean you don't know? What? Surely you have a name. Everyone has a name, right? Whether it's like a birth name or a nickname or something. You don't know any. What do you know? What? Okay. But anyways, cut back to the Atomic Wrangler, and Cooper takes his drink, his bottle, and walks up to his room. I'm guessing he also rented the room here. We don't see him paying for one, but I'm guessing he did. And we cut back to the meeting with him and Mr. House before the war. And to sum it up, basically, Mr. House goes, "You want to kill me?" Cooper goes, "No, I don't. But they, the people that wanted me to kill you, want that to happen because they think you're going to use the cold fusion thing to destroy the world." And he goes, "No, not me." And he goes, "Yeah, I know, because Vault-Tec are planning to end the world too." And Mr. House goes, "No, not Vault-Tec either. Not even them." He also tells him that let me see. He licensed a piece of software to Westech, which gave him access to the T-45 armor he was wearing. Right. So, what software would that be? I don't know. Like, I didn't even know the Power Armor has the capability to, like, record and transmit data from the helmet. I don't know. He hacked into the Gibson, and now he saw, for some reason, why did he choose Cooper to spy on Cooper out of all people? Was he spying on everyone and he just happened to notice what Cooper noticed? Anyway, the important thing is he did. And how he did it, I don't know, but he did it. And he just happened to see what he saw that night. The demon in the snow. The Deathclaw. He doesn't say Deathclaw. I'm explaining to you that, from the last episode. And he says, "I believe that beast is connected to the future of this great nation. And to your wife." So I don't know if he's specifically talking about the Deathclaw or the FAV or something. I don't know. Maybe? Is he saying, like, how we took lizards and made them big, and now they're indestructible? What if we took a dip in the FAV and became indestructible too, or something. I don't know. I don't know what he's getting at, but yeah, this is where he explains that I use computronic algorithms and statistical analysis and stuff to predict future events, and he basically tells them that I found out through my computer analysis that the world will end on April 14th, 2065 at 5:17 a.m. Now, the show never made this clear, but I don't know what year we're supposed to be at. That's why I was constantly under the impression that we were in 2077. But I guess we're not. We must be, because his daughter looks to be as old as she was in the intro. Of course, because she's the same actress. So that's why I just put two and two together. I guess it is still possible that it's 2077. No, it's not. I don't know. Weird. So, what? So you're telling me for over 10 years, over 12 years, Cooper knew that Vault-Tec were planning to end the world? Huh. Okay. Yeah, weird. Like I said, they don't ever specify what year we're supposed to be in, so I can't really give you a definitive answer. It could be like 2055, it could be 2060, could be 2064, could be 2065. I don't know. But anyways, Cooper goes, "That's my daughter's birthday." And House goes, "It's weird how the moment you bought the ticket to Las Vegas, the date changed. It jumped forward by 1 month. You know? So what does that imply? I guess that implies that I don't know. Is he saying that? What is he trying to say? Is he saying that by somehow, like, if Barbara went alone, she would turn more and more to the dark side, but with Cooper by her side, she gets more and more hesitant. She becomes more and more close to the light side. I don't know. So yeah. So this is where when he tells him that that people won't want me to kill you because you want to end the world, and he says no, it's not gonna be me. It's not gonna be Vault-Tec that will end the world. I feel like there's a third party involved here, and they're the ones that are pulling the strings. They're the ones that will bring about our downfall. Yeah. So then House puts on his fucking Brainiac helmet or whatever it's supposed to be, and yeah, that's when Cooper finally has enough and goes, "You know what? You're crazy. I'm out of here." And House goes, 101,000 computations. Don't you know who I am? I am an intellectually superior creature. I am much higher intellect than you. You are nothing. Stuff like that, Stuff that you would normally say, you would only say to someone if you wanted them to discredit you even more. But, whatever. I guess their point is that, Mr. House is like an egomaniac. So when Cooper called him a lunatic, he hurt his ego, and that's when he started lashing out. But, anyways. Cooper walks off, heads back into the elevator, and takes a big gulp out of his canteen, his little booze canteen. And now we cut back to him to the Atomic Wrangler. Then we cut back to the Vault 31 dwellers, and then they're looking to contact the investors. But the radio is busted, so they start working on fixing that. Norma then walks in to see a lady on her own, crying over the people that she lost, because to her it's only been a week or whatever since she saw them, and now she's awake hundreds and hundreds of years later, and they're all gone. So it's pretty rough. And Norm is like so Norm notices that you're not like the other Vault-Tec people. You're actually kind and nice. Oh god, sorry, gotta sneeze. Whew. All right, we're good. So anyways, Norm notices that you're actually a nice person. So you don't seem like you're the kind of person that would be into those kind of things. And she says, yeah, well, like I said, I've only been here for a week or whatever. So she's new. That means, I guess, she hasn't been vetted properly. And if she was, then they would have found out that she's not really Vault-Tec material. But luckily or unluckily for her, the bombs dropped and everyone went into cryo. So yeah, and that's the end of that. So Norm asks her about the experiments they were running on Vault 32 and 33, and she says, I don't know much about that, because Bud was like, he was the guy running things, so he would know. But there's also Bud's boss, and her name was Barbara Howard. She might know. She was in charge of all the Vault proposals. All. Like, are we talking all in America or just in California? Was she responsible for, like, Vault 11, the funny prank vault where the computer tells you that you need to sacrifice one of your own each year or we'll kill you all? Was she in charge of that too? I don't know. But yeah. Norm asks this lady to take her to Barbara's office. She does. There we see, she sees a framed picture of her daughter. Norm's trying to get into her computer, looking for anything. There's a thing. Oh, I probably should have mentioned this. Oh yeah. There's a thing that Bud's number 2 guy is constantly talking about it, which is something he's calling Future Enterprise Ventures. Future Enterprise Ventures. So yeah, that's the thing he wanted to learn more about, and I guess he thought it was something related to Vault 32 and 33. So yeah, as he's trying to get into Barbara's computer, the girl is like, you know what? I don't think you're actually one of the Vault-Tec people. I think you're just pretending, because you're not as crazy as them. So I guess she just used his own logic against him. So there you go. Lady then goes, "You want a drink?" And he goes, "You know what? I've actually never had a drink." And I don't know if that's because his character is supposed to be like under 20 or something. I mean, I know he isn't. I think he's like in his 40s or something, because, I remember seeing him as a kid on, what was it, the Disney Channel? He was in I think it was Hannah Montana. I remember seeing that as a child. So now, here I am, 20 years later. So there's no way that he's in his 20s. Because back then, it looked like he was at least in his early 20s, maybe late teens. So now, he's got to be like mid 30s, early 30s, mid 30s, late 30s. But, so, that's not that. So that means that there's no alcohol in Vault 32 and 33? That can't be right. They have everything. Everything, like a whole recreation of America in their vault. They have like a gym, a shooting range. They have schools, houses. They have jails. They have chapels. They have big projectors and stuff. But they don't have alcohol? I don't buy that. If they have soda and if they have food, surely they have that. Wouldn't they? I don't know. Is that something that the Vault 31 people signed up on? You're going to go into a vault. You'll survive the nuclear holocaust, but no booze. I don't know. But anyways, he says he never had a drink. Lady goes, all right, stay right here. I'll fix you something up. And she goes. At the same time, Bud's number 2 guy is actually lurking in the shadows, listening to them. And when Lady leaves, old number 2 here sneaks in. And as he's doing that, it's weird. He sneaks into the office of Barbara, and then as he's doing that, as he's walking through the door, it cuts to Norm slowly looking into the future Enterprise virtues or whatever ventures. So I'm just imagining number 2 just standing there waiting for Norm to uncover the revelation first before attacking him, but yeah. Anyways, he's looking up future Enterprise ventures, and the computer has no results. But it goes, there is something with the same initials, FEV. Do you want to look into that? And he goes, FEV. FEV. Oh, that must be that. Future Enterprise ventures. That's the same thing, right? It's not the same thing. It's the forced evolutionary virus. And just as he finishes saying that, Bud's number 2 guy yanks the cable off the computer, turning it off, and fashioning it into is it garrote or garrote, whatever. He's fashioning it as a thing to choke people out with, yeah, Norm tries to fight him off with a lamp, but that doesn't work out so well, and number 2 grabs him and starts choking him, and he's choking him until he falls down, and he stops breathing, and he lets him go. So I thought, oh, he's going to do the thing where, I think I've only seen it done once. He's going to do the thing where, oh, you're choking me, oh, I've been choked out. But actually, I'm pretending to be choked out, waiting for you to release the rope from my neck, and then when you do that, I'll go, surprise, and attack, right? I thought he was going to do that. But instead, the guy lets go of the cable, and then Norm goes from being completely choked out, can't breathe, to him starting to breathe again. And it cuts. I'm guessing I might be looking into this too much. Maybe I'm writing the show for myself, writing things into the show that don't exist, but I'm taking from that he choked him until the point where he passed out but didn't die, I guess. So, yeah. I guess we'll see in the next episode, but that's the last thing we see of Norm and the Vault 31 dwellers. Cut back to Lucy in Freeside, and she uses the Addictol, and we see what the Addictol does, which is just immediately remove all of the I don't know what to call it, the itch itself, all the bad juju from your body, by vomiting it out immediately. So yeah. She vomits, she stops vomiting, she heads to Cooper's room in the Atomic Wrangler, and she vomits again. And what did they do here? Oh, he just, he helps her out. He sits her on the chair. Here you go, relax. And then it's revealed that there's actually another guy in the room this whole time. And it's a guy dressed in like a plain office clothing, just like an accountant or something. And we see him from the back. He's got the inhibitor chip, and it's the chicken fucker. He dressed him and combed his hair, and he's here to deliver a message from Hank. He says, Hank says that he's impressed he made it this far, but he's actually secure in an underground facility. Can't reach him, so it's best to stop looking before you get yourself hurt. She says, take me to my father. He goes, unfortunately, I don't have permission. Hank is watching over Cooper's wife and daughter, by the way. So if you try anything funny, he might just pull the plug. So be careful. But chicken fucker goes, Mr. McClane is looking to make a deal. One family's safety for another. Mr. McClane will leave your wife and daughter alone, safe and sound in their cryo chambers, if you bring his daughter back to the safety of her vault. Do you accept? So, yeah. It's a bit of a dilemma because Lucy wants to keep looking for her father. But if she does that, then Hank will probably, if not most assuredly, will pull the plug on his wife and daughter. So Lucy will get what she wants, but Cooper won't. On the other hand, if Cooper ensures that Lucy returns to Vault 33 safe and sound, then his family will be safe. He'll get what he wants, but Lucy won't. Of course, that is assuming that Hank is a man of his word, which, depends, really. Would I trust him that he will keep his word? I guess, relatively speaking, I would trust him not to kill, not to destroy his only bargaining chip over him destroying it. Yeah, but I don't know. I don't actually know what to do. So I feel like the only thing we can do is try to find a compromise. But I guess old chicken fucker here is expecting an answer, right now. So Lucy tells him that you're not considering this, are you? You're not actually considering this? And Cooper goes, I the only reason I brought you here is to use you as to bargain you, That's you're only used to me, so now we've gotten a chance to bargain. So that's what I'm gonna do. He shoots her with a trank gun, and Old chicken fucker takes that as an acceptance. And he goes, I'll inform management of your decision. And leaves. So I thought, okay, so here's what's going to happen. Maybe the trank dart is empty, doesn't have any thing in it, and he only shot her in front of him to make him think that he's accepting, but then actually turning around and continuing the search or something. But no, that's not what happens. He actually tranked her, and he's actually trying to go with the deal. I mean, I guess he's making sense with it. It makes sense. He even says that, family's a fucked up thing. So I guess he's acknowledging the fact that his actions are wrong, but in the context of why he's doing it, it's not wrong. So he's saying, like, that's the fucked up thing about it. I'm doing the wrong things for the right reasons, stuff like that. We come back to him after talking to Mr. House, and now he's just completely in I don't know what to call it, like I guess carefree mode. He just wants to keep drinking and drinking until he just blacks out and doesn't feel a thing anymore. So he walks along and picks up drinks from people and starts drinking them one after the other. And the way the thing was shot, I thought that we're gonna have like an Andor moment when Mon Mothma got drunk and started dancing wildly, but no, we get something similar to it. He gets on the atomic bomb. Instead of like a mechanical bull, it's a mechanical atomic bomb, and he's riding on it. Ride the missile. Okay. Is it a missile? Looks more like a bomb to me. But yeah. As Cooper is drinking his sorrows away, both in the past and the present, Lucy just gets up, still not knocked out fully from the trank dart, power fist in hand, arms and primes it, and full sends fucking, what's it called? Haymaker, punches him through the window onto a street lamp pole that doesn't have the lamp part, just the pole, gets skewered on it, and sitting there, skewered, and Lucy goes, I thought we were friends. And then she passes out. So yeah, I don't know what that was. Was that like the effects of buff out still not completely out of her system? I don't know. Some like second wind adrenaline rush she got? I don't know. One minute she was knocked out. She was like almost asleep. The next minute she manages to get up, put on the power fist, arm it, punch someone through the window with it. I feel like you're gonna need a lot of brain, like computer power, to execute all these moves. So you can't do that as you're simultaneously being drugged to sleep. So what's going on there? I don't know, but that's what happened. So just gotta deal with it, I guess. In the past, Barbara finds Cooper after he fell off the missile or bomb or whatever, and they go to their hotel room together, and Cooper tells her that we need to talk. And before the episode ends, Then Hank enters the room. I guess he was nearby this whole time. That's funny. Enters the room and what does he say? Something like we're going home or something? Hold on. Oh, does he not say anything? He just says my little sugar bomb. Oh, okay. And the episode ends. Bam. Oh. Sorry. Didn't notice that. So yeah, there you go. End of episode. Well, I guess I did say that there wasn't much to talk about, and there wasn't really. But it still took me an hour and a half to talk about it. But yeah, so sadly, not the shortest episode, not the shortest review, but there you go. Oh boy. So I know the ghouls regenerate, but they also die from gunshots, stabs, punches, blunt force trauma. So Cooper's dead, right? That's why they showed like his flashback and family's important, and they were intercutting him getting skewered on the pole and him dancing his worries away on the mechanical missile. Are they saying like, I don't know, are they saying that, in the past that was Cooper's metaphorical death? Or are they saying that if it wasn't for Barbara, that would have been his death? He would have just drunk himself to death, but it didn't happen. But in the present, he didn't have anyone by his side, so that's why he died. He died alone. I guess, I don't know. But yeah, Cooper is possibly dead, and Hank is possibly taking Lucy underground or back to Vault 33. It would be awkward for her to return to Vault 33 by the time she gets back there. Vault 31 is empty, and Vault 32 and 33 go into a civil war and end up killing each other. And she's like, guys, I've only been gone like a couple of months. How did all this happen? I don't know. What's going to happen next? No idea. But I'll tell you what. If this is Cooper's last episode, then, yeah, good luck. Good luck keeping your audiences engaged. I feel like, for the most part, he's been, like, the main attraction. So, without him, for just focusing on Lucy, Maximus, and Norm, then, yeah. Good luck, but you're just gonna have to hope that you still have like a solid fan base that will watch anything you put out, no matter how problematic it might appear. So yeah, good luck to you. Episode 5. There you go. At first, I was probably gonna give it like a 3, but. No, you know what? I might give it a 2, but a 2 is like barely functional. Like, it still works, on the surface. It is still an episode with editing and sound design and acting, set design, all that. So you got to give it credit for that at least. So okay, 2 is a bit harsh. So 3. That's both the most and the least I can give it a 3. 3 out of 10. Normally I would have like final thoughts, but there's nothing left at the at the end of the episode for me to actually like discuss, worth latching onto. Like I said, what's gonna happen to Lucy? I don't know. Anything. Whatever she wants, because that's how it always works. What's gonna happen to Cooper? Is he gonna die? I mean, probably not, but either way, he's been like a nothing character, anyways, only held up by the performance. So I don't really care either way. What's gonna happen to Norm? Is he gonna die? I mean, I hope not. He seems like a nice fella, but if he does, what's that gonna change? He's so far detached from the main storyline that, okay, it's like so inconsequential. What's gonna happen to Maximus? The same thing that always happens. Gets knee deep into shit and then bounces as soon as things gets too hot. Leaves everyone else to sort out the mess he makes. So, yeah, I imagine Lucy and Maximus are good. Not good people or good characters, but like good as in they're safe, from whatever happens. So, even if I wanted to, I can't really care about anything that happens to them because I know that whatever happens, it's gonna be inconsequential, completely like completely carefree, completely consequence free. I guess inconsequential works. I was trying to come up with another word, but yeah, I'm running out of words, running out of things to say, so I should probably wrap it up. There you go. Fallout Season 2, Episode 5, everybody. Thanks for watching. And, see you next week. Stream we'll ever do, so. Here we go, without further ado. Didn't pull up chat. Just in case someone's watching. Has got something to say. Now I can see them. Alright. So, here we go. Do I want to give a rating? Sure. We'll do a pre-review and post-review rating. Right now, first impressions, I'm at a 2. Probably a 2. Could probably get even lower. Not only was this episode a waste of time, but whatever remaining bits of the lore they haven't destroyed, they destroyed some of it in this episode as well. So it's everything you don't want out of an episode. To waste time and to basically, for a lack of a better term, shit on the source material. But without further ado, let's get into it. The episode starts off with Vault-Tec basically pitching the end of the world, because if you remember, that was the pitch, the season 1 finale plot twist reveal that Vault-Tec somehow orchestrated the bombs dropping, the world ending, and all of that. So here they are basically pitching how the world will end, because get it? Because it's like Vault-Tec, they're so corporate, even when they're doing something so evil as ending the world, they're getting corporate about that too. Like, oh, we're thinking like maybe one big bomb or like 5 little bombs. I think that a couple of bombs, exposures everywhere, that'll make a nice scenery. Yeah, that will get our ratings up. It will look better for the billboards. What billboards? The whole point was basically restarting the world over. So why do we still care about what looks good? Just fucking do it. Just hit the delete button and get it over with. But gotta make more capitalism bad thing. So yeah, capitalism bad. Get another reference to the water chip. Remember the water chip? Water chip, Fallout. Fallout has water chips. Fallout 1 was a story about the water chip breaking down. It was actually part of the plan for Vault 13. Get it? So now they're referencing it again. Remember the water chip? Guys, the water chip is broken. What did he say? He said like there's a 30% chance of it failing or something. Yeah. Our water chips have a 30% fail rate. The good news is we'll know which ones will fail before installation. So we get to choose who runs out of water. Okay? Is there like a. Can you not make more water chips? If you know which ones don't work, then just replace them. Are you like. I don't get it. Like with the games, it was never really made like 100% clear that Voltec are just like unredeemably evil, you know? Um, so I don't know what the show is telling me. Are they telling me that they're so corporate minded that they think a failing water chip is somehow like some sort of marketable idea? Like if like if all of our water chips work, then there won't be as much demand. But if they keep breaking, then people will want more. But the whole point, all of that doesn't make sense. Doesn't matter because the world's gonna end. There's not gonna be like Vaultec headquarters, and like Vault's gonna dial up Vaultec. Like, excuse me, our water chip broke. Can you get someone? Can you get someone down here to fix it? I don't know. I don't know what the show's telling me. Are they saying that they are that evil, like cartoonishly evil, that they are like, we know that our water chip doesn't work all the time. We know which ones will work. Instead of making new ones or repairing them, we're instead gonna purposefully install faulty water chips to some vaults. Okay, I guess it's all part of the like all part of the grand Vaultec experiment. Um, right. Another thing is, yeah, we got Bud saying that they have like a early warning system. Basically, it will give them like a 30-minute head start, so they can make their way to the vault before the bombs even drop. Really, so they got that whole thing guaranteed. And then what else? Oh, so then fake Mr. House is there, and Hank is there too. Young Hank, young CGI Hank, and basically, House wants the cold fusion in exchange for the inhibitor chip thing. Um, I don't know what Voltec would need if Voltec are planning to end the world, and only the chosen few of Voltec will be able to live to see another world, a new world. Then what do you need a brain inhibitor chip for? Surely everyone would already be vetted before you get into the vault. Um, I just I just accidentally just paused into the perfect. Hold on, gotta see this, guys. Sorry, we're getting derailed, but honestly, at this point, I would rather do anything else besides to keep talking about this show because I don't know how much more I can take. Glad that there's only 2 episodes left. Um, yeah, the next one is probably gonna be a short one too, and then when we get to the finale, boy, it's probably gonna be like another hour-long episode, just like last time. And not only that, if it's anything like the finale of season one, we're gonna have a lot to talk about. Like I'm thinking like maybe 4 hours worth of things to talk about. So yeah, looking forward to it. Or wait, what's the opposite of that? Not looking forward to it. Yeah, I'm not looking forward to it. But yeah, hold on. This will cheer you guys up, hopefully. And bam. I just completely like subconsciously paused, and when I looked over as I was talking, I saw that. That's what I paused on. Incredible. You can't make that stuff up. But yeah, there you go. Anyways, get that out of here. Okay, back to the episode. So okay. So it seems okay. It's I might be wrong on this. I might be getting a wrong reading on this. So if anyone knows if I'm wrong, feel free to correct me. But it seems, from my understanding of the scene, was Barb. Did I even mention that Barb was the one getting? Yeah, I just started talking about how Voltec are pitching these ideas, but I didn't mention who they were pitching it to. They were pitching it to Barb, which, if you remember, was the last episode or the episode before it. They revealed that she was like the architect of the whole thing. Of course, if you saw episode 8 of season 1, you also know that she, had a big hand, big involvement in that, or so we think. But yeah, we'll get to that when we get to it. But yeah, as the picture I just showed you guys shows, yeah, Barb is sitting there, and these people are coming in to pitch her ideas. Like, we're thinking like 1 10 megawatt bomb or 5 megaton bombs. What do you think? We're thinking faulty water chips? Question mark? Yes or no? Yeah. So she's the one that's signing off on these things. So yeah, Vault 11, Vault 22, all Barb. It was Barb all along, guys. So now we know. Now we can put a face to them, to the misery that Vaultec has caused. But anyways, so from my understanding, Barb thought that Mr. House was like proposing to do experiments using the inhibitor chip mind control device on some control vaults, some personal vaults. And we see that, but are we supposed to take from that was Mr. House doing that? The commie vault where American citizens were brainwashed and mind control chipped into becoming commies? Are we supposed to think that was Mr. House doing that? I guess because Hank was there and Hank has some sort of secret connection with Mr. House that we don't know yet. So maybe, but anyways, Mr. House corrects her and says that no, this isn't this isn't me. This isn't payment from me. This is this is what you're paying me for. Um, I want the cold fusion thing in exchange for um, the brain inhibitor chip for you guys to do whatever crazy experiments you want to do. Again, not to beat a dead horse, but the whole idea of ending the war, ending the world, was that people are fighting over resources, and you have this cold fusion thing, and you're like, do we want this cold fusion? It's like an infinite resource thing. It's like that meme of the putting like a cat and a piece of bread on a generator, and because they all spin at the same time, none of them land in a specific angle. They will keep spinning forever and forever, generating energy. It's like that. We have an infinite source of energy. Do we want that? Is that useful? Nah, just give it to Mr. House. Who cares? Oh, but let's end the world because people are fighting over resources, and that's bad. So we'll fix that by nuking everything. But yeah, just had to mention that again. The idea that the whole point of this was there's not enough resources. If only we had some sort of infinite resource generator thing. Oh well. Anyways, you want this cold fusion? Here, take it. We don't want it. Yeah. Anyways, so Mr. House wants Cold Fusion to power his little project in Vegas, which, unless they reveal something new, I would think that it was the defense system that was previously powered by the Platinum chip, but not this time. Are they saying that inside the Platinum chip is a little Cold Fusion thing? That's what's actually inside the Platinum chip? I'm pretty sure it's like an. Pretty sure it's a computer chip disguised as a casino chip. That's how I remember it. But no, apparently, apparently not. Wrong. It's actually Cold Fusion. So there you go. Fake fan detected. So yeah, we get a shot of Barb feeling like, I don't know what the show clearly. I mean, when we get to further scenes, you can immediately tell that the show just wants you to sympathize. So this is the feel bad for Barb episode. So we have our cold open being, oh man, you know, I just hate destroying the world. I wish there was another way, but no. The only way to save my family is to kill every living person on the planet. Oh man, but I'm so conflicted because I'm a good person and I can't let that happen. But at the same time, if I don't let that happen, then nothing will happen. But in her mind, the world will end anyways, and will die along with it. But if we strike first, then we'll. I don't know. I mean, we've got the vaults, so if you think that the world's gonna end in nuclear war anyways, then just hide in the vault and wait it out. You don't have to light the fuse if you know that the bomb's gonna blow up anyway. If the keg is about to explode, if it's like war or hunger or famine that you're afraid of, again, you have vaults, you have resources, you have cold fusion, but yeah. So again, I wish I could sort of sympathize. I wish I could empathize. I wish I could care, but I just can't. I just can't. No, unless you're somehow ignorant to all these things, I can't. No, you knew about cold fusion. You know what it does. You know what you're doing. You know how many lives you're gonna take by making your selfish decision, and yet you're doing it anyways. So, you know, again, if we want to go down this road, then we'll be able to excuse anything. I'm sure Hitler cared for his people. He cared about his dog. So why shouldn't we sympathize with him too, right? If we're go, if we're using the same logic, then everything is true. Nothing is permitted, basically. So, anyways, that's our cold open. Now we cut to Cooper, who's still skewered, not dead. I guess the pole didn't hit any vital organs. Does he have vital organs anymore? I don't know. The only way I can make sense of this is that, ghouls regenerate, so his wound is constantly regenerating, but then because there's a pole in the way, it stops regenerating. I don't know. So it's like he's on life support or something. I don't know. I don't know. I feel like ghouls have blood, and they also die from being stabbed and being bludgeoned to death. So I feel like that should have killed him, but no. I should have known better that they weren't going to kill him off, especially like that. And halfway through the season too. But there you go. That shows me Unfortunately for Cooper, he's due for another shot of um, non-feral juice. You know, the thing that he takes to um, basically delay his feralness. So now he's starting to act up. He's got that ghoul in him, and people are just around him, walking. No one's helping him, which is not the most um, outrageous, not the most unlikely of situations. You know, people of Freeside. If the Kings were still around, if the Kings were still a thing, if the NCR were still a thing, then they might have helped him out. But yeah, a bunch of Freeside wastelanders, they're not gonna care. So yeah, for now, Cooper's stuck there. He tries to get Dogmeat to give him the drugs, but Dogmeat instead grabs his hat. Cooper tells him, "I don't want that hat." Dogmeat is confused, runs away, and scene transitions back to Cooper at the Lucky 38, confronting Barbara about what he heard. Um, let me see. Oh, okay. So yeah, he basically talks about how he's thinking back to the time when he proposed, and he just would like to know whether were you were you a monster back then, or is this like a new thing? And she goes, "Excuse me," and he goes, "I know what you're planning to do. War never changes." You know, ring any bells? Uh, then we cut to Lucy, who awakens in the underground Vaultec thing, and she walks around. She sees two legionnaires, two Caesar's Legion soldiers, legionnaires, walking around. And at first, I was like, "Oh, they're not gonna say like Caesar's Legion was some sort of Vaultec psyop," but no. Apparently, apparently after uh, brain chipping chicken fucker, Hank has managed successfully to convert a lot of wastelanders, including some stray legionnaires. Um, this is probably. It feels like this will be the last time we ever see the NCR or Caesar's Legion. That episode with Macaulay Culkin. So I think we're just meant to assume that the NCR are gone. There's only like a few stragglers, few veterans. They're like the Enclave remnants. There's just NCR remnants now. A bunch of old soldiers still holding on to their flags and armor. And yeah, Caesar's Legion fought to the death over who gets to rule. And that's it. That's the end of Caesar's Legion and the NCR. As far as I know, unless they make a miraculous comeback in the season finale, like, who's going to be left? But, anyways. But yeah, some of the stragglers are here, still in the armor, but yeah, brain chipped. Uh, I guess they're meant to be the guards of this place because the other wastelanders that have been chipped are all wearing the simple office attire with the collar shirt, tie, and slacks. And they're all, I guess they're all making chips, additional chips, for Hank to add to more people until he has an entire fucking clone army. Not clone, but like basically a droid army. Yeah. They're all friendly, probably because Hank programmed them to not attack her, or just to not attack anyone, to be friendly to anyone. she continues walking until she finds Hank. He's there, I guess, making breakfast or something. Um, he's talking about all quiet on the, was it Eastern Front, Western Front? He doesn't say. He just says all quiet, an abbreviation. So I think it's a story about German soldiers, right? So would that be the Eastern Front? I don't know. But the point he's trying to make from the book was that, people fighting each other, that sucks, man. Why must we fight? Instead, I'll just mind entrap everyone into not fighting, and then bam, utopia. Yeah, basically Bethesda are doubling down on Father and the Institute with the with the our goals are so complex you wouldn't get it, so we're not gonna bother to explain it to you. Um, I mean, he does. To be fair, he does try to explain, but everything is contradictory. It doesn't make sense. There's so much war, so much fighting. So what I'll do is I'll kill people, I'll torture people until I get the version of the world that I want. But anyways, Lucy, fortunately, doesn't fall for that, and she grabs a little knife and tells him that you're coming back with me to Vault 33 to answer for your crimes. You have the right to remain silent. Blah blah blah. Oh, it's not a knife; it's a scissors. And Hank goes, you know what? Fair enough. Here, let me help you. He grabs some handcuffs. Goes, I surrender. If this is what you want to do, then not a problem with me, because everything I did was to make you safe, make you happy. But at the same time, if the time comes to take responsibility for my actions, then that's fine. That's fine too. Of course, Lucy doesn't know what to think, but honestly, I don't know if the show wants us to think that he's turning over a new leaf, or you know, suddenly had a change of heart. But this is clearly not going to happen. He's going to try to pull something. He's either going to count on his Vault 31 allies, like Betty and was it Sarah? I think I called her Sarah last time, but Sarah Harper. Yeah, the overseer, basically. All the former overseers. Um, he's gonna count on them to help him out. Something. He has a failsafe somewhere. So I feel like he's so obviously lying that I feel like the show might just turn around and subvert our expectations by making him actually tell the truth. And that's it. He'll just go to prison. That's the end of him. I don't know. I don't know. Anything is possible, but yeah. They head out. Oh, okay. And now we come back to Maximus and Thaddeus. They're still in the desert. You can still see the smoke from the fighting. So I guess also say goodbye to California Brotherhood. They're gone too. Now it's just Commonwealth Brotherhood. Because I doubt there's going to be anyone left there in the wreckage. And whoever's left, it's not going to be enough to rebuild. So, yeah. California Brotherhood, Dunzo. They leave the power armor behind because apparently it has a tracker on it, so they can track it. Maximus Thaddeus suggests to sell the cold fusion and use the money to do some good. But Maximus is hoping to find Lucy and give it to her, and knowing that, because she's a good person, she'll use it for good. Um, they bond a little bit. He asks where Thaddeus is from. He says the boneyard, the shitty part of the boneyard, which I feel like is just the boneyard. Um, Maximus talks about Shady Sands, and that's it. We cut back to Freeside at nighttime. Cooper's still stuck. He's still struggling with his feralness, with the beast inside him. But suddenly, a strange, giant, cloaked individual. Oh, or is that later? Am I getting ahead of myself? No. Okay. First, he tries to yank himself, basically climb out of the pole. And I was like, okay, sure. But then when I saw how much further he's going, how much he still had left, I was like, there's no way. No. Because he has no grippage, if you know what I'm saying. If he had his feet to the wall, like what's the word? Not primed. Like if he had his feet planted on the wall, use that as leverage to pull himself. I could see that, but him just climbing like that with no support. His hands are gripping the pole, but his feet are just dangling with no support, no balance, nothing to ground him. I was like, no way. But at the same time, I was like, this is the Fallout show we're talking about, so it might just work. But it doesn't. And he falls right back down to the bottom. But now is when the mysterious cloaked stranger comes in. The mysterious hulking cloaked stranger comes in, breaks the pole in half, yanks Cooper out, drags him into his den. As he's dragging him there, we see a little chained up pile of gore, which, if you played Fallout 4, will be quite familiar with you, because you see that everywhere super mutant hangout is. At first, I thought with the cloak and the figure, and the fact that he was making these animalistic beast noises, I thought, and with the connection with Cooper seeing the demon in the snow, and the fact that they're implying that the government used basically they basically used death claws to do their dirty work, to basically do Black Ops. It's like Call of Duty Black Ops Death Claw edition. I thought, oh, we're gonna get like a talking Death Claw, like an intelligent Death Claw from Fallout 2. I was like, as much as I am a fan and, a what's the word I'm looking for? An advocate for authenticity and sticking to the source material, I feel like the talking death claws, the intelligent death claws, if it were me, I'd probably pass on that, I might reference it, mention it, maybe like hint at it, say, did you hear the rumors about Talking Deathclaw? Talking Deathclaw? That's crazy. But I wonder if it's true. Anyways. And never bring it up again, But I was like, this is the Fallout show, so they're probably going to pounce at an opportunity to do something as silly as a Talking Deathclaw. But at the same time, I was like, the amount of CGI that will require, the fact that they've only showed us like 30 seconds of Deathclaw every time, Is that like an investment they'd be willing to make? But yeah. And then when I saw the gore pile, I was like, oh, is this supposed to be a super mutant? But again, I was still confused about the noises he was making. So I was like, no, maybe it's just a coincidence. Because last I checked, super mutants don't like growl like beasts, like a giant bear or something. But yeah, we'll see. I guess we'll see because now we cut back to Vault 33, and the inbreeding support group is at full capacity. Yes, we're still doing this gag. I'm starting to get worried if like one of the writers is actually inbred. I still can't tell if the show is pro inbreeding or anti inbreeding. I don't know. I don't know. At first, they were making it out to be like a disgusting thing, but now it's almost like it's like how dare you? We have a right to, you know, we have human rights just like every other human. How dare you treat us like lesser because of who our parents were? But yeah, so the inbreeding support group are still partying, having a whale of a time. They're they're enjoying their allocated budget of snacks and good times. Um, but then Betty, with a bunch of vault security officers, barge in and say that the snack budget of the inbreeding support group has been rescinded and the inbreeding support group has been dissolved. Um, our guy here, I don't even know what his character's name is. Um, inbreed inbred leader man is talking to Betty. Says, "Can't do this. This is our right. We fought for this. We were born this way, or something." They're making like an allegory of like we basically deserve this because of who our parents were. Let me see. Yeah, Betty says, "I'm sorry, but you don't get extra rations because of who your parents were." And he goes, "This is still America, so yes, you do." So yeah, we're all down here because of who our parents were. So I guess that's meant to be like an allegory of like the rich, the elite, the monarchy, maybe because they're inbred. I don't know, but so I guess they're anti inbreeding, incest, anti incest. Sure, let's hope so. We'll give him the benefit of the doubt and say yes. So basically, old incest leader man here puts his foot down and says, "No, you will not take our freedom. You will not take our snacks. You will not take our whatever." And he tells her to get lost. And that's the last we see of that. Um, inside Vault 32, I guess, we see a bunch of people in the background preparing for an event. Um, and the old man from before who complained to Overseer Harper about getting lost in this new vault, even though their Pip Boys should have local maps they can use, but whatever. Um, Old man is talking to Chet, asking if he saw Woody, and I was like, "Who the hell is Woody?" But I thought, well, considering last episode, it can only be the little glasses chubster dude who revealed to the overseer that he saw the overseer doing something that the overseer shouldn't be doing. So yeah, now he's nowhere to be found. Weird, mysterious. I wonder what happened to him. Maybe he just got lost. Yeah, he gets lost too. That's how he stumbled upon the overseer doing something an overseer shouldn't do. But yeah. Anyways, old man says congratulations. Oh, he says something about let me see. Oh, there's another guy in the conversation. I don't know what his name is. I don't care. And he goes, if Woody's missing, maybe we should ask the overseer. And old man says, yeah, good luck with that. And then he notices Chet, and he goes, oh, sorry, but, I know she's your wife, but... And then Chet goes, whoa, excuse me. She's not my wife. I only live with her in the same room. I only, sleep with her once or twice. And I only take care of her kid the whole time, but not my wife. Don't cross the line, pal. Call me a baby daddy. Call me he's not even that, because it's not his. Call me a fucking cuck, but don't call me a husband. How dare you? But anyways, obviously he's not offended. I guess knowing that she's hiding a secret, that she's not who she's by the seashore, knowing that she's from basically a different era, a different time, and that she's Canadian. I guess he's more offended by that, but he's also the reason he snapped back at him was because they're not married. I thought they were, but they're not. Like I said, they're only living in the same place, and stuppen. Or maybe it was only that one time where he dressed as her husband, and then she wasn't putting out anymore. I don't know. But yeah, like I said, he's basically her husband, but not officially. So old man goes, oh, sorry, not wife, fiance. And Chet's like, what? What are you talking about? And he goes, the wedding. You guys are about to be married a couple of days from now. There's an announcement for it and everything. There's posters all over the vault. He's like, oh, what? But, weird. I would have remembered proposing to Sarah, or her proposing to me, but that didn't happen, so what's going on? And he checks, and there is actually a poster saying that Sarah and Chet are getting married. Tomorrow. Atrium, 3 p.m. There's also other Easter eggs, like this poster that says, one copy of Dean's Electronics is lost. If found, please return to Davy. Yeah. There's other stuff there too. Vault 32 Ninja Club. Yeah. Anyways, now we cut back to that mysterious cloaked stranger, and he's got Cooper wrapped up in, basically hanging, like, one of those net beds that you wrap around a tree and you sleep on. It's basically that, but hanging vertically, not horizontally, and he's lying there wrapped onto it. And he takes out a chunk of raw uranium. It's like a glowing crystal of uranium, and he plugs it into the hole that was left by the pole, and theoretically that's supposed to speed up his healing. So if his healing wasn't kicking in, then how is he still alive? He must still have blood, surely, so how has it not run out? Or again, is this like lightsaber logic where the hole is still there, but the wound has healed? Maybe. Yeah, but anyways, luckily everything works out just fine. The uranium heals him, and his body regenerates. Does it It doesn't regenerate over, or does it? No, no. Okay, yeah. So his skin grows back under the uranium, or I can't tell. But anyways, this mysterious giant cloaked man, um, tells him this is basically him. Yeah, okay. So it's not really revealed just yet, but he says, um, they cause abominations, but they're the ones that created us, humans. And he goes, I don't know what you talk about. I'm not like you. I'm not an abomination like you. And he goes, ghouls, mutants, we're all the same. We should unite against our common enemy. And there's on the wall. There's NCR written and then crossed out. So is this guy supposed to be like hunting them down or something? But yeah. Um, Basically, he tries to recruit Cooper. He's like, join us, and together we'll rule the wasteland. Um, oh, he says that we'll take down the Enclave, which I guess are still a thing. Is this going to be like the secret baddie of this season, the Enclave, who haven't been seen or heard from since episode 1 of season 1? Now suddenly they're gonna have a presence again. But yeah, he basically goes, yeah, join me. Together we'll take down the Enclave. And that's when I noticed that this guy, this mysterious cloaked stranger, hulking stranger, he's got like he's got a sort of badass, deep, strong voice to him. It's slightly filtered, sure, but I was like, yeah. He's got a good voice. At least there's that. He sounds kind of familiar though, but I doubt it's what I'm thinking, so I probably shouldn't say it. But yeah, Cooper goes, no thanks, bro, I'm good. So old Muty here is like, well, um, if you're not with me, then you're against me. So if you're not gonna help us, I can't let you know where we live. And that's where we see his face, and it's Ron Perlman. I had to confirm it first. I had to go to IMDb, but it is Ron Perlman in super mutant makeup. It's the face on the thumbnail that I put on Barb's face. Yeah. Again, on one side, I'm happy that they're giving him a job. That's great. I wish that they made him the narrator. Maybe giving him like a narrator esque role, like the chronicler, the storyteller of the NCR. Maybe like Lucy wants to know something about the NCR's history, and he goes, "Oh, sit down, young lady. I'll tell you everything about it. It all began in the year 2077 when the bombs dropped and stuff like that." But no, instead they put green paint on him and a big cloak, and they're giving him a super mutant role. There you go. So We got Ron Perlman, the Supermutant, everybody. So yeah. Another wasted talent. So, anyways, Ron Perlman knocks him out, and we cut back to the argument with Cooper and Barb, the confrontation at the Lucky 38, and it's a bunch of bullshit. So we'll cut to the chase. Basically, they fucking go back on their word, not on their word, but they go back on what they said, what they established, which was Barb was basically the number one in charge, the number one orchestrator of the Great War. But now, they reveal in a secret, totally not retcon flashback sequence where it's revealed that was it no Waldreg is the guy from Rings of Power. I forgot what his name is called. Does it say on the subtitles? I don't know. The scientist. Basically, the Enclave scientists from season 1, episode 1. Was it like what? When? Damn it. Okay, I'll look it up. Hold on. It's gonna bother me now. Hold on. Fallout. Episode. If I just go back to episode 1, season 1, that should give me the answers. Okay. Where are you? Where are you? Damn. It's not even in the top cast. I know he's got a small role and everything, but come on. Was he not in? Oh, maybe. Oh, yeah. Okay, I forget. Because we don't get into the Enclave Brotherhood stuff, or do we? No, we do. Don't we? Okay, well, I know he's in episode 2. That much. Okay, yeah, okay. Okay. Wilzig. Okay. Wilzig. Werner Ziegler. Okay. Wilzig. So Wilzig is also another fucking pre-war character. So if he's with the Enclave in the post-war, then that means he's also with the OG Enclave, which is basically the U.S. government. But like secret part, like Black Ops, CIA, hush-hush stuff. Not official. Basically, like, I think actually, technically, the Enclave was just the Secret Service that were with the president. But then there was like some top level operatives too. But yeah. So Wilzig is there, and he's the one that plants the idea to. Basically, he tells Barb that in this meeting that we saw in episode 8, season 1, in this meeting that you'll go to, you have to go there and you have to tell them that the only way to proceed, the only way to save the world is by nuking it. Make your stupid ass pitch there. So yeah. Now, the blood is off her hands now. Don't you feel sorry for her? Guys, she didn't want to do it. She literally didn't want to do it. That wasn't even her plan. It was all Wilzig. It was Wilzig all along. Yeah, sorry, that's not good enough. You still did it. You know? If we're gonna put the Nazi soldiers and officers on trial for their crimes, if they're not gonna get away with "I was just following orders" excuse, then you're not getting off the hook too. So yeah, I'm sorry. Threatened, not threatened. You did those things. You contributed to it. Maybe your role was smaller, but it's still there. So, anyways, she basically, Barb tells him that that's what happened. Okay? That wasn't my plan. That wasn't my idea. It was all Wilzig. I mean, she could be lying, but whatever. Cooper tries to learn more, but Barb tells him that this isn't one of your Hollywood movies where you get a happy ending. These guys are dangerous, so you better not get involved. And Cooper walks away to do something, he says. So he walks back down to the casino, Lucky 38, and he sees Hank there, and a little light bulb goes off. And now we come back to the underground Vault Tech lair, and Lucy's there, marching Hank and all of his little employees. See him there handcuffed, and they panic. But Hank tells them it's fine. She's helping exact justice, and we all like justice here. So they're like, oh, okay, that's fine. Yeah. And then Lucy asks Hank where he found all of these unvolunteering test subjects. Well, I guess some of them could be volunteer test subjects, like Chicken Fucker, maybe. But yeah, this is where he basically introduces her to the gang. You know, we got former murderer, former crazy tribals, then got this lady who used to cook people for the Legion. Now, I don't know much about the Legion and the Legion doctrine. It might have changed after Caesar died, but the Legion, you know, you can call them a lot of things, but cannibals? Not sure about that. I think that's a bit of a stretch, but who knows? Maybe desperate times and all that, but I feel like if Caesar's Legion are modeling themselves after the Roman Empire, I feel like they'd be too pure, too sophisticated, too above the idea of cannibalism, you know, barbarism. The whole point is conquering tribes and converting them to the superior Legion way. And if the Legion way involves cannibalism, then how's it different? How is it different than any other tribe? So yeah, they're about to leave, but Lucy tells Hank that, by the way, you're letting all these people go, right? And he goes, yeah, sure, we'll open the doors for him. And Lucy tells them, hey guys, I want to let you know that you're all free to go. You can go to the surface anytime you want. And they go, yeah, do we have to? Because, it's dangerous out there. We don't have to go. Now, if they weren't brain chipped, then I could see this being a case of, yeah, that makes sense. Even with free will, why would they go up to the wasteland when clearly this place is safer, more comfortable, cleaner? There's food, there's water, there's camaraderie. There aren't a bunch of radioactive, irradiated monsters and irradiated, mutated animals everywhere trying to attack you and kill you. So I get that, but at the same time, are you saying that because that's what you think, or are you saying that because that's what the chip, the device in the back of your necks is telling you? So is this completely actually what you think, or is this influenced by Hank somehow? I can't really take this at face value. I can see where they're coming from. I just wish I could somehow know that what they're saying is what they actually want to say, but it's just when it comes to violence, that's what the chip does. It basically keeps them docile, but at the same time, yeah. If it's keeping you docile, then surely it's like influencing you in some way or another. So how can you tell if every thought, everything you say is actually real? I don't know. It's confusing. But yeah, they. I guess it's not just Hank anymore. Hank is sending other people like Chicken Fucker to recruit other people, and they just happen to find the old, demented NCR Ranger from before and a random Legion soldier. He doesn't have. He doesn't have an. He doesn't have what's. He doesn't have like the wolf helmet. He doesn't have the Centurion helmet. He doesn't have. I guess that's supposed to be like the default Legion soldier helmet, but it looks more like an actual helmet and not like a repurposed football helmet. So I don't know. It's confusing. What rank in the Legion he's supposed to be in? But anyways, Chicken Fucker and someone else bring in a Legionnaire and an NCR soldier who haven't been uh, brain chipped yet. And Hank and Chicken Fucker asks Hank, "What do you want to do with them? Should we start with the thing now or do it later?" And Hank goes, "All we need to do is push a button and everything will be okay. What do you think, Lucy? Should we do it?" And she goes, "No, keep don't push the button. You know, let them have their free will." Basically, is what she's saying. And Hank goes, "Okay, fair enough. If that's what you want, we'll let them go. Um, as they are." So they, the guy next to Chicken Fucker, he frees the Legionnaire, and as soon as he does, he attacks him and tries to kill the NCR Ranger. And Lucy tries to stop him. The the Legionnaire tries to choke Lucy out. She grabs a pencil, stabs him, throws her. He continues to go after the NCR Ranger. He grabs a stapler and starts stapling his head. Um, she keeps trying to break them off. "Guys, don't fight. You've got free will. Why are you fighting? Why can't you let? Why can't you let go of this violence, this cruelty?" Then she has no choice but to press the button, and now they're all docile, and they're even helping each other out. The Legionnaire goes, "Oh, how you doing there, Mister? Gosh, those staples on you look mighty painful. Here, let me help you get those off you. You know." Now, everything is fine. Everything is friendly. See, it's the perfect utopia. It's exactly what Hank dreamed of. So, this is supposed to like convince you that, oh, see, maybe Hank was onto something. Yes. When I'm like, you brought two people who have hated each other for a good chunk of their lives, probably all of their lives. I don't know how long the Legion has been a thing. If, say, the Legion became a thing when Caesar was 30, he was 50 in New Vegas. This is 20 years after New Vegas. So, 40 years the Legion has been a thing. These guys look like they're in their 60s. So, yeah, for 40 years at least, or at maximum, for 40 years they've hated each other, and now they're in front of each other. What did you think was going to happen? Obviously, that's not how you do it, you know. But yeah, I don't know if that was supposed to convince the audience that Hank was onto something, or if that was just meant to convince Lucy that Hank is onto something. But me personally, there's a lot of a lot of caveats, a lot of asterisks there before I can actually follow along with what Hank was saying. But anyways, we basically leave with Lucy basically starting to have wonders, starting to have doubts whether Hank was actually doing something right or not. But anyways, old mutant Ron Perlman is carrying Cooper away from his hideout, and we cut back to Cooper carrying a drunken Hank into his room. Cooper offers him another glass, a little nightcap. He adds a little sleeping pill inside, gives it to him. Hank goes to sleep, and now Cooper finally has an opportunity to see what's inside the briefcase. And I guess he's expecting the cold fusion or whatever, but instead he finds the injector. And at first I thought it was the injector that injects brain chips onto people, but then I remembered that the brain chip you just whack it onto someone and it just attaches itself. So no, this is actually again not episode 1, episode 2 of season 1. If you remember, the cold fusion was stored in Wilzig's neck. Excuse me. And he extracted it using that injector. This is the same injector. But Cooper doesn't obviously know that, so he's like, "What the fuck is this?" But then Barb walks in, and she knows what this is. She takes the injector and scoops out the cold fusion into the handy little vial. She has the cold fusion in her hands. She looks back at Cooper. She looks back at the cold fusion. And then it cuts back to Maximus and Thaddeus, still on the trail. They're camping, sleeping next to a little campfire. Suddenly, Dogmeat. Okay? Dogmeat just found them. Sure. You know, it happens. It happens. But, man, the odds of that happening. I don't know. But whatever. In this big wasteland, in the middle of the night, Dogmeat just happens to stumble upon Maximus and Thaddeus, who, of course, both recognize him because there's only one German Shepherd dog in existence, and they decide to follow him because he's still got Cooper's hat, and he's like, "Come on, guys, follow me." And they go, "Oh, okay." They follow him. They keep following him. It was nighttime when they started following him, and now it's daytime. And they finally arrive at the destination, and it's Cooper. They look at him, and they go, "Fuck." And he looks at them, and he goes, "Fuck." And, is that it? And that's it. See? Told us it's going to be a quick one. Nothing happens in this episode. It's just a bunch of and then a bunch of setup, more setup for, I guess, the final episode. So maybe I think I've already said this before, but I think maybe halfway through episode 7 is when things will start to ramp up. But yeah. But for now, that's it. In summation, Cooper gets rescued by a super mutant. At the last second, he heals him with raw uranium, and Dogmeat leads Maximus and Thaddeus to Cooper, so they're probably going to team up. They're probably both going to team up to look for and save Lucy from Hank. And that's it. The Vault plotline doesn't even matter. How is this going to be relevant to the grand scheme of things? So yeah, Vault-Tec stuff, forget about it. I guess the most relevant thing from the pre-war scenes is that Vault-Tec is only guilty by association, and it was actually the Enclave who started the war. Maybe, maybe not, until season 3 comes, and they go, no, actually, it was the secret government behind the Enclave who were responsible. But yeah, I don't know. Yeah. Besides that, the Vault-Tec brain inhibitor experiments, they're still like, it's still like a flat line, so there's not much to talk about. So yeah, Lucy may or may not take Hank back to Vault 33. Cooper may or may not team up with Thaddeus and Maximus to find and save Lucy. And that's it. That's basically all of the plot, all of the things that happened. Other than that, just a bunch of stuff. So, yeah. Let's not stick around here any longer than we need to. So, man, that's it. That's episode 6? Yeah. Episode 6. 2 out of 10. Yeah, that's it. I would try to think of anything else to talk about, but I'm done. Yeah, thanks for watching. And see you next week. Next week, then the week after that, then we're done. We'll finally be free. But until then, more suffering is on the way. Alright. Hello, everybody. Welcome back to another review of Fallout Season 2. Today this week, I guess I should say, we're reviewing Episode 7. Yeah. Not much more to say, really. It's more of the same. But now that there's no more Brotherhood or NCR or Caesar's Legion to destroy, the show is becoming somewhat more tolerable. But yeah, it's not really saying much. It's like we're going back to our old roots, you know? The beginning of Season 1, when things were just... when the show was still just an slightly below average post-apocalyptic drama show. That's kind of how I felt about this episode. Because there wasn't... the other episodes, I was like, oh, come on. What are you doing? That doesn't make sense. That doesn't add up with the lore. That breaks continuity. That doesn't make sense. That's illogical. No, that doesn't make sense. The Brotherhood wouldn't act this way, this barbaric. No. But now, it's just a bunch of vault dwellers, a bunch of ghouls, a bunch of wastelanders doing wastelander things, things are back on a more grounded level, and yeah, so there is that at least. But yeah, a lukewarm um, opinion, a lukewarm reception, reaction to this episode. So yeah, you get the picture by now. Let's get to it. So the episode starts off with a flashback sequence. We're in the pre-war, and a bunch of Canadians are running away from an internment camp. An internment camp called Uranium City. So you could probably guess what's going on there. Um, that'd be like if Auschwitz was called Gas Chamber Town. Come on in. Yeah, a little bit on the nose, but whatever. It's not my job to criticize the fictional U.S. government of Fallout, but there you go. So, anyways, we see a bunch of people running, and in particular, we see two people, and it's Stephanie and her mother slash sister slash lover. I'm not quite sure what she's supposed to be. Um, they both look about the same age. Um, yeah, they both look to be okay. Well, maybe um, I guess Stephanie is like maybe early 30s, and the woman is like maybe mid 40s, I guess. So a little bit older, fine. Um, a soldier intercepts them, tries to stop them. A soldier with power armor, and then a random Canadian suicide bomber charges at the soldier and blows himself and the soldier up. Um, Now, I'm not a power armor expert, but pretty sure that power armor can withstand a dinky hand grenade like that. But no, apparently not, because all we see is a big fireball, and the soldier is thrown off his feet. I mean, we don't see what happens to him. I guess he could have been just knocked off by the blast and landed on his head and knocked himself out. Sure, whatever. Anyways, so the whole point of the scene, I guess, is supposed to explain Stephanie's cold-hearted, uh, basically almost like how do I describe it? Like, I guess psychotic is a good way to describe it. Psychotic behavior, and we get the explanation. Her person that's with her is affected by the explosion and tells her to run away and save herself. Um, you know, try to basically smuggle yourself back to well, not back to it because they're Canadian, but basically try to run to America and hide there, where no one can find you, find out that you're a Canadian and kill you, I guess, for being Canadian. Um, but anyway, the important thing is she tells her that don't treat these people like they're people. Treat them like American. And then we see a montage of her killing everyone she runs into. It was just a farmer or lumberjack person eating some pork and beans. She cuts his throat, takes the beans. She gets to the border. Border guard asks for a passport. She kills him too. Um, I don't know how. They just cut him with a knife in his stomach. Um, I guess he called her sweetheart, so I guess maybe she walked in there, tried to seduce him or something, and then blindsided him with a knife, I guess. Sure. I doubt that she like managed to overpower him or something, but so yeah, that's our cold open. Our cold open is explaining how Stephanie, Sarah, whatever her name is, how she went from becoming a Canadian citizen to an American citizen to later we see a Vault-Tec employee and one worthy of being a part of the Vault 31 Reclamation Day project. So yeah. Now we cut to the underground Vault-Tec bunker, and all the mind control people are doing their thing, working, and Lucy seems more convinced by Hank's approach to solving the wasteland's problems. She sees that actually it's later. Um, she asks more about the chip, and he tells her uh, that basically the chip both works, both it removes memories, and it can control how many memories it removes, and it also adds like thoughts and commands, suggestions as well, and it's all through that little dial he has. Um, she asks the source of where the source of this um, device is. She asks, yeah, she asks how do I remove the chips from all these people? How do I free them from their mind control? And he says it's irreversible. I guess if you remove the chip, they die or something. She believes that, and she says, okay, how do I stop you from creating more of these mind control chip things? And he says, you have to get down to the basement where the mainframe is. It's a bit of a hike, so we should probably take a golf cart. And Lucy asks what a golf cart is, which is kind of weird. I feel like if you have history of America and even more like the Roman Empire and stuff, I feel like you would know what golf is. And if you knew what golf is, I guess, I mean, you know what cars are, right? Carts, horse carriages. It's not that difficult of a leap to make, but sure, she doesn't know what a golf cart is. And so Hank uses this as an opportunity to teach her how to drive. I guess she hasn't been. I mean, that makes more sense. She hasn't ever learned how to drive. And he tells her, he tries to teach her a little bit. She's like, "What is this? What do you mean? I have to use one foot on both pedals. This doesn't make sense. Oh, it's so confusing." Anyways, so they head to the basement, and Lucy's there, um, ready to blow up the mainframe. And then she runs into the Legionnaire that was fighting with the NCR Ranger, and now he's in his corporate mind control uniform. He's dressed in his office uniform, and he's mopping the floor, completely docile and harmless. And that gets Lucy to think that you know, if you think about it, the Legion are still out there. They're hurting people, and with what you've created, the chip, you could stop them by kidnapping each one of them and putting a mind controlled chip on them. Sure, that's one way to do it. Anyways, now we cut to Cooper, who's been reunited with Dogmeat, Thaddeus, and Maximus. Cooper tells them that 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 they're heading to the Lucky 38, where I guess underground is both his family and Lucia's. So now they've got both the same destination, the same objective, more or less, to hit up the Lucky 38. So to do that, we need to first arm up, stock up, prepare for fighting the Deathclaws that are in the way. Um, Cooper reveals that he knows that Maximus is holding the cold fusion thing. He asks for that as a prize for his help, and Maximus says no. I'm giving it to Lucy. She's a good person. She knows what to do with it. Um, we cut back to pre-war Lucky 38. This is after Cooper and Barb remove the cold fusion from Hank, and they asked one of the one of the cleaning ladies in the Lucky 38 to to take back Hank to his room. He gives her a tip, I guess, to ensure her discretion. Um, he tells her that you probably see these kinds of things every day. And for a minute there, I thought he was gonna do the Michael line from Grand Theft Auto 5. I thought he's gonna be like, you see crazy things every day. I mean, make sure this is not one of them or whatever. This is the last one. No, yeah, make sure this isn't one of them. Anyways, so the cleaning lady, whose voice might sound familiar to some of you, is like, hey, I know you. You're on one of those Vault-Tec billboard things. So maybe you can help me out. I'm trying to get into Vault-Tec. Try to get into one of the vaults. Do you know how to get there? How to do that? And he says it's probably a long shot. You're better off hoping that enough people do the right thing, so the vaults aren't necessary. And she's like, "Oh yeah, that's a nice sentiment, but still, if you could tell me how to get into one of these vaults, maybe get a job at Vault-Tec, I would, that'd be nice." And Cooper sighs and goes, "Why don't you ask him?" And I guess unless there's more flashback sequences in the next episode, I guess we're meant to assume that's how she got in Vault-Tec. She, I don't know. I guess she sweet talked Hank into giving her a job at Vault-Tec. So she went from Lucky 38 staff to Vault-Tec staff. Um, Maybe it's the shared connection, the relationship between Vault-Tec and Mr. House that maybe helped make Hank more trusting of her. I don't know. Anyways, Cooper goes, I guess, incognito to a bar because he's wearing a cap and sunglasses. And he's meeting with the senator, the same senator that was um, being awkward at the Veterans Hall and also protesting something at the Lucky 38 and got kicked out. He's meeting with her. And basically, the reason he met up with her, he bailed her out. He paid for her bail. And now he's meeting with her here to basically say that, from the looks of it, you seem like a good person, with a good heart. You're trying to do the right thing. So let me tell you about Mr. House and his cold fusion project. Um, I got it right here, you know. In the wrong hands, these people, the Vault-Tec people, Mr. House, they're going to use it to do bad things. They're going to use it to end the war. So how about I give it to you, and maybe you and your people will know how to do with it. And she says, great. Actually, lucky for you, the president just landed at McCarran Airport. So we can set up a meeting with him, with him and you, and you can give that cold fusion thing straight to him. And with that, you'll end the 25 years of worth of the resource wars. Great. That's how it should have gone, but apparently that's not how it went. Clearly, because the world did end, and the cold fusion ended up in the wrong hands. Anyways, cut back to. I'm guessing this is the McCarran Camp McCarran storage area. We don't see it, but it looks like the same place. It looks like the same storage shed that is in Camp McCarran with Sergeant Contreras. Looks like it. It's riddled with bullet holes, but looks the same, like a sheet metal walls and yeah, a big storage facility with lots of guns and howitzers, ammo, stuff like that. But more importantly, other than guns and the ammo, there's also a piece of NCR power armor. Now, it looks a little bit different than the NCR power armor you saw in New Vegas, and that's because they took the basically they took power armor and the NCR Ranger armor, and they just mashed it together to make half NCR Ranger armor. Basically, it's like a normal looking T-45 power armor with a larger elongated NCR Ranger helmet. Looks weird. It's kind of like, you know how like the Iron Man Hulkbuster armor. Look, see what I'm talking about? Oops, that's me. No, stop it. No, I don't want to go. Okay, see? Let me shrink it down. Alright, see? Over here. See that? So, you know, like in the Hulkbuster armor, in if you've seen Avengers Age of Ultron, it's like a bigger version of the Iron Man suit. So even the helmet, it's like the same helmet, but it's been widened to fit the frame, the bigger frame of the Hulkbuster suit. Here, the same thing. They've took the Ranger helmet and elongated it to fit the power armor. Which the whole point of the NCR power armor is, it wasn't like a power armor suit that they made. It was scavenged power armor that they took from dead Brotherhood soldiers that they killed on the battlefield. They scavenged it and they retrofitted it to work as regular armor, because I guess they don't have the knowledge of how to put on power armor back when you needed knowledge to put on power armor. So yeah. I believe, did it also have a helmet? I'm not sure. I think it was the same as the T-45, but without the eye visor. I'm not sure, but anyway, this one I guess is a special one. Maybe it belonged to some special NCR soldier, and yeah, and of course, he gives that to Maximus, and now Maximus is more than more than happy to give up the cold fusion to Cooper. Now that he sweetened the pot a little bit. Before it's like, oh, I wouldn't do that. Cooper, you're evil man. You're bad. You're scary. I hate you. Lucy, she's a good person. I'll only give it to her. Only her. Okay, but do you want this sweet piece of power armor? You know what? I'm sold. You son of a bitch, I'm in. So, yeah. Not really unexpected, you know. If it was another character, if it was like Lucy, then I'd be like, really? You would sell such a powerful like commodity in this wasteland? You would just give it away just for some cool power armor? That doesn't add up, but if it's Maximus, then yeah, checks out. Anyways, cut back to Norm, who's waking up from his being choked out, and lucky that the guy didn't decide to kill him just then and there. Um, I mean, he was about to, but I'm talking about like from the choking. But anyways, he wakes up to them deciding what to do with him, and the guy number two is like, well, I read on the in the Voltec manual in the guidebook. I think it says that uh, impersonating a Voltec employee is punishable by death. So, I guess we got to kill him. And the other, other stooges, the yes men, are like, well, that's what the guidebook says, and that's what the guidebook says. Let's do it. Um, and yeah, they see him waking up, so they just calmly move to him with a statue or something, a little, I guess, yeah, a little trophy, I guess, and bash his face in with it, knocking him out. Um, Even though, I mean, I hate to be that guy, but getting hit on the head like that wouldn't just knock you out. Like, definitely not in the cinematic way. Um, Instead, you're just gonna feel a lot of pain, um, but you'll still be conscious enough to feel it. But maybe people are built different in the Fallout world. Maybe I don't know. Maybe he has a soft head or something. I don't know. Well, if he has a soft head, he'd probably just die outright instead of getting knocked out. But whatever. Anyways, back to Vault 32, and Chet is talking to Stephanie or Sarah or whatever her name is, and he's like, "Oh, so I hear that we're getting married. That's exciting. I'm so excited. But can I ask why?" And she's like, "I'm working." Okay. Um, I mean, to be fair, this attitude of her has worked with a lot of the Vault Dwellers here, so I can't really blame her for thinking that it's going to work on everyone else. Um, and Chet has been known to roll over, roll over everyone. So roll over for everyone. So yeah, whatever. It's just not a normal way that a person would behave in this situation. But he tries to get the sink thing, the disposal thing to work, but it's clogged. So he sticks his hand in to see what's clogging it, and he sees a pair of glasses. The same one that Woody, the guy that told the Overseer that he saw the Overseer doing something that the Overseer shouldn't be doing. Yeah, Woody's glasses are just in the sink. Brilliant. I guess to be fair, we've seen her do a lot of killing, but we haven't seen her be efficient at it, or be efficient at covering her trail because she never had to. But yeah, anyways, so Chet asks um, Stephanie if she's seen Woody, and she goes, he's on a special assignment to Vault 31, and Chet realizes that obviously that can't be the case. So I guess it's a good thing that Chet is a little bit smarter than Woody, but there you go. It's not saying much because, well, yeah, it really isn't saying much because the next thing he does is he smashes the glasses, splits them in two, and throws them in the disposal and turns the thing on and flushes the glasses along with the water and everything else. Um, Overseer, well, not Overseer. She's Overseer of Vault 33, I guess. She's in the Overseer office. Are they supposed to be? Oh, yeah, yeah, I forget. There's three Overseers. So, Overseer Betty is listening to the announcement saying that showers are forbidden, and so is flushing the toilets because we're having mandatory water rations. And then that's when she goes, all right, you know what? Enough is enough. I'm doing it. I'm making the trade. So she moves aside the painting, the portrait of General Todd Howard. If you've seen it in Fallout 4, they made a real life replica of it too. So great. Thanks for that. She moves it aside and opens the safe, and she gets out a metal lockbox that says "Property of Hank McClane" on it. And she's like, "Oh, Henry, you and your secrets." Like, excuse me, lady, aren't you from Vault 31? Haven't you been keeping secrets this whole time? And now you're over here morally grandizing yourself, talking superior to yourself over everyone else? Like you haven't been keeping secrets? Whatever. Anyways, so yeah. Betty and Stephanie meet up, and she hands over the box of evidence. She vaguely talks about her past. She says how we were scared of you. Sometimes I forget how much I learned in the time you were still under. Under what exactly? Um, Under cryogenics, under hypnosis, under mind control. Did they install a mind control chip on her too? And then somehow remove it? Anyways, so Betty is like, don't forget, you gave your word. We give you the stuff you wanted, and you give us half of your water supply. And she goes, yeah, I haven't forgotten about it. And Betty goes, whatever you're up to, I want no part of it. I just want my people to live happy and normal lives. Like, she suddenly cares all of a sudden. And Stephanie is like, I don't care about lives. You want the water, you're going to get it. As far as what comes next in the future, who knows? Anything is possible. It's bigger than all of us. So, cut to Freeside, and a bunch of Freesiders are standing in awe at the approach of Maximus in NCR power armor. It's not just regular power armor. There's also giant blades attached to the gauntlets. So yeah, it's modified. It's got spikes all over it and stuff. So yeah. Yeah, actually, on closer inspection, it doesn't look like. Actually, oh my god, I can't believe I just noticed this. Actually, on closer inspection, it doesn't just. It's not. I thought from afar, I thought it was a set of T-45 power armor with an NCR helmet on, but no, it's all NCR gear. if you see that the shoulder pads and the chest plate, the whole thing looks like the riot armor, the NCR Ranger armor, but like bigger with spikes and blades attached to it too. So yeah, okay, this is completely new then. It's a completely new set of power armor created by the NCR, I guess. Yeah, it's a bigger, bulkier version of the NCR Ranger armor. So yeah, it's even got a red visor. So yeah, and everyone is like, "Hey, welcome back to the NCR! Hey, hooray! The NCR are here to save us. They're here to kill the Deathclaws." Even though it's just one guy, and scavengers exist in this wasteland, so I don't see why they didn't just assume that it's just a random guy who happened to stumble upon NCR gear, which is actually more closer to the truth because Cooper just waltzed into the storage facility where there was just a working set of power armor there, and they took it. So, but whatever. Um. So yeah, Maximus, Cooper, Thaddeus are ready to head inside and deal with the Deathclaws, and as soon as they're about to do that, Thaddeus' entire arm falls off, and he goes, oh, whoops, sorry guys, I'll just have to put it back together. I think I can do it if I just put this on here. And they're all like, that's Thaddeus for you. So yeah, they leave him behind. Even though we've seen Cooper reattach a finger by just sewing it back on. So, and we also saw Mr. Handy do it with some sort of electric laser thing. So, I don't see why. I don't see why Thaddeus. I don't see why Thaddeus can't just sew his arm back on too. But whatever, that'd be too crazy. An entire arm? No, get out of here. Um, it's not just the arm; it's the shoulder, like from the shoulder down. All of this: shoulder, bicep, arm, hand, all rotted away. Well, yeah, fallen off. But yeah, so it's gonna be Maximus and Cooper now. We cut back to the underground bunker, and Lucy has she cleaned herself a bit. She's wearing a nice yellow dress, and she says "okie dokie" and heads back to meet up with her father to have some breakfast, I guess, or dinner. I think it's breakfast. Um, oh, it might be dinner because they're eating mashed potatoes. I don't know. There's mashed potatoes and oranges. Um. Anyways, a guy comes in to refill their water, and it's the NCR Ranger, the guy that was fighting with the Legionnaire guy. And I guess you can sort of see the scars from the stapler attack from yesterday or whatever. But yeah, she sees him there, and she's, I guess, a little bit taken back by how he's just looking at her without like any recognition in his eyes because they met before, unlike the Legionnaire guy. So this prompts her to ask him, "Hey, by the way, do you remember me?" And he goes, "Yeah, from before with the Caesar's Legion guy." And she goes, "No, from before, from the first time we met." And he goes, "Oh, and she goes, "No, the you're from the NCR. You've lived there for 25 years. The New California Republic. You were part of them. Don't you remember?" And he's just staring at her in silence. And Hank goes, you can leave. Thank you. And I guess that convinces her that, Hank's plan isn't worth it or something. I don't know. Hank starts lecturing, saying that, NCR, Legion, they're all the same. They all have their problems. Taxation, slavery, it's all the same, really. Um, like they're, like there's any comparison, but whatever. Um, ooh, you can still see Lucy's fucking gray finger. Out of all the things to keep in the continuity, they still kept that. Lucy's grafted, fucking rotted finger. That's nice. Anyways, so yeah, Lucy unlocks his handcuffs, and we think that, and he thinks Hank is that she's finally come around. She's freeing her, she's freeing him, but actually she's just handcuffing him to the stove, to the oven, and she snatches his Pip Boy, and she heads for the mainframe. Uh, let's hear what she says first, because this is supposed to be the reason why she changed her mind. Um, let's see. She basically tells them that, yeah, you're right. They're all the same. Um, one side is murdering people, enslaving them, crucifying them, and the other side is just vaguely problematic. Oh, so I guess right. She's saying that they are different. The NCR is much different than the Legion or something. Anyways, for whatever reason, Lucy finally comes around and decides that Hank's plan is doo doo, and she decides to shut it down, shut down the mainframe. We come back to Norm, and he's awake again, and this time Claudia, the person who he and her shared a moment with in the last episode, or probably the episode before that, she's freeing him, and they're about to escape, but instead of escaping, Norm goes, no, there's something I have to do first. And he turns on the radio and says, hello, I'm Norm MacLean from Vault 33. Lucy, if you can hear me, I'm on the surface. I need your help. Dad, if you can hear me, why don't you tell me the truth? What's going to happen to Vault 33? So yeah, as he does that, obviously what happens is number two and his posse walk in with Norm, with Norm's hand in the cookie jar, so to speak. So, whoops, you could have gotten away, but yeah, you decided to leave a message that no one heard. Congrats. Speaking of congrats, we cut to the wedding between Overseer Stephanie Harper and Vault Dweller Chet, who doesn't have a last name, I guess. Will you take Stephanie? Will you take Chet to be your husband? I do. Chet, will you take Stephanie to be your wife? And Chet freezes, and you can tell that he's mustering some courage. He's preparing to finally, lift the veil and confront Stephanie in front of everyone, where there's witnesses, where she can run away, where she can't hide. And he says, no, I don't. I don't, because Stephanie, she's been keeping things from us. She's been keeping secrets. And I'd like to use this opportunity, where there's witnesses around, to say that Steph is part of a plan to hurt all of us. I don't know exactly, but I don't think that Woody's in Vault 31. I think that Steph hurt him. I found his glasses in our garbage disposal, and everyone is like, "Oh," and the officiator is like, "Oh, that is a serious accusation. Where are these glasses? Where are they?" And he goes, "Oh, I put them back in the disposal." And the guy's like, "Oh, cold feet's normal, young fella. It's fine. Let's just continue." Like, "Oh, you're just making stuff up. Oh, you and your silly theories. Remember that time? It's like this is gonna be a story to tell our grandkids. Remember that time when you froze at the altar and you accused me of killing one of our own? Oh, Chet, you prankster, you." But fortunately, Chet puts his foot down and goes, "No, Steph was not born in Vault 31. You see, she's actually 200 years old, and she's not even from America. She's Canadian." And he pulls out her ID card, and everyone goes, "Canadian? Oh, rubber, 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 rubber." Which, I mean, would there still be anti-Canadian propaganda? I mean, the way I understood it, and I could be wrong, but the way I understood it was that what happened was what happened was the war in Alaska started, right? China invades Alaska. The U.S. obviously defends Alaska as Alaska is one of its states, right? It just happened to be above Canada. So in between Alaska and the rest of the states is Canada. So the U.S. soldiers, instead of going around by sea to Alaska, they cut through Canada. And because the war kept going on and on for years and years, Canada is like, "Guys, we kind of don't appreciate being used as like basically a fucking walking mat for people to just walk over all over us to their destination. So maybe if you could, you know, treat us with some respect, and maybe we could work out a deal where some troops can cross, but not a lot, and they have to behave themselves and stuff like that, and other troops have to either be flown in or go by the sea." So America is like, "Oh, yeah, that's an interesting idea. Here's our counteroffer. We invade and annex you. How does that sound?" And Canada is like, "Oh, that doesn't sound very good." And it's like, "Well, too bad. It's happening." Canada is now the newest addition to the United States. And yeah, so in between the war with China for Alaska, now a new war started with Canada um, and America. Basically, a lot of Canadians are like, "Excuse me, we didn't ask for this, so if you could just go home, please." And yeah, so there's like a lot of Canadian guerrilla fighters fighting off the American invaders. So I guess there could be some hate from like American military, especially people who got killed by like the same thing we saw in the beginning, the cold open, by a bunch of frantic Canadian bombers, suicide bombers. I could see them being some sort of kind of anti-Canadian. The rest of the world, though, I feel like China was still the bigger worry. Canada was like just like the little fly buzzing around compared to the giant, like Godzilla, giant kaiju that America has to deal with. But yeah, I don't know. So I guess if like Voltec learned that we're all descendants from Americans, and once long time ago there used to be a place called Canada, but now it's no more, and then suddenly they found out that one of them is from Canada. I guess that would be kind of surprising, but I feel like the more surprising thing is that she's somehow 200 years old. She's from before the war. I feel like that would be the point I would focus on. Like, wait a minute. How? Are you like a time traveler? What happened? What's going on? Not you're from Canada. Like, there's still a war going on? 200 years later, who cares? But anyways, so everyone's like, oh, blah 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 blah. We hate you now. We don't like you. Who are you? Who are you? We don't know you. And she runs away. Um, and we intercut between her running away from the angry vault dwellers and her running away from the Canadian internment camp. Get it? She was running away then. She's running away now. She goes into the overseer's office and locks herself in and starts panicking. Now we cut back to New Vegas and Cooper and Maximus head inside, ready to take on the Deathclaws. Luckily for them, they're not getting ambushed by ninja Deathclaws like last time, and there's only one this time. So, the Deathclaw takes notice of Maximus. Maximus gets ready, charges, starts attacking it, melee attacking it. Again, I get it. You're basically invulnerable in this power armor. Not so much when you're facing a Deathclaw, where they have like fucking 20-inch long nails, claws. Still, even with power armor, I would still prefer to start with ranged attacks, and once the Deathclaw closes its distance, then I'll start fending it off. Even then, I would start to like try to, backpedal a little bit, try to get a couple of shots in before I really have to get engaged, because why bother? Why risk it? But Maximus Maximus knows that he's a main character in the show, then that he won't have any serious consequences no matter what happens. So with that in mind, I guess it makes sense for him to just charge at a Deathclaw. Anyways, yeah. So the Deathclaw knocks Maximus into one of the cars. The gauntlet blade gets stuck onto the car door. Which, again, you're in a power armor suit. You can just yank the door free, but no, we need a little moment of suspense where the Deathclaw starts focusing its attention on Cooper, starts slowly walking up towards it. Good thing it didn't charge or leap at him. That would have been really bad. Cooper tries to slow it down with the Gauss rifle that he had taken from the storage facility. I forgot to mention, but there's a Gauss rifle. It's based on the Fallout 4 model. It's alright. It's not bad. It's something. And, as the Deathclaw is slowly approaching Cooper, just when it looks like things are about to get real dicey, Maximus seemed to have finally detached himself from the car door. He detached the car door from himself, or whatever, however that works. He basically yanked the car door free, and he freed himself along with it. And he used the other gauntlet that isn't stuck to the car door to decapitate the Deathclaw, which is something you can do. Apparently these are very sharp blades. Sure. Deathclaws, by the way, forgot to mention, Deathclaws look more like, I think I mentioned it before, but they look more like dragons than they do Deathclaws, but yeah. Wingless, flightless dragons. Non-fire breathing dragons. I think it's because the first time we saw them, it was in the night, but now it's daytime, so you can clearly see the model more. And yeah, these blades are really, really sharp, because the Deathclaw is swiping at him, trying to grab him with his claw. He just cuts his claw off. Um, but then the Deathclaw does a tail spin swipe attack and knocks Maximus straight through the strip door and back into Freeside. And I guess now, judging by Maximus going, "Oh no," I guess now Deathclaw is about to start rampaging on the Freeside people. So well done, Maximus. You had one job, but there you go. So yeah, Cooper heads into the Lucky 38. He gets access to it somehow. Is that access from him from before, from the pre-war? He got access to that before. Okay. So yeah, he gets access. He goes inside. He takes the elevator to the penthouse, and then we cut back to the pre-war, where Cooper is about ready to give the cold fusion to the president. And then we cut back to Cooper heading down to the same place where he met Mr. House in the pre-war. We cut to Lucy heading to the mainframe, using Hank's Pip-Boy to open the door. Cooper uses the secret button to open the thing that contains the cold fusion. That used to contain the cold fusion. Pre-war Cooper meets with the president, played by Clancy Brown, which, I'm okay with, but man, another actor wasted. Clancy Brown, he seems like him and like Benicio del Toro. They seem like to be like actors who are cursed with being always underused, underemployed in whatever story they're in. But yeah, so President Brown and Cooper hands the cold fusion to President Brown. But then we cut back to Cooper, post-war Cooper, holding the cold fusion. Because see, that's where it should have. That's how the story should have ended, but that's not how it went. Something clearly went wrong. We open the mainframe and we see the mainframe, and it's the decapitated head of, I'm guessing, the senator person. It looks like her, and they keep cutting between her head and her in the pre-war timeline. So are they saying that the president is the one that nuked the world? I don't know. Okay. There's some connection with Mr. House and Vault-Tec and the president. Does the president work for Mr. House too? Or something? I don't know. So anyways, Cooper plugs in the cold fusion, and the big computer screen starts booting up, loading, and finally finishes loading, static, and then we see I'm guessing the avatar of Mr. House there, and he says, "Well, hello, old chum," and we cut to black. There you go. Episode over. And with that, we are one episode closer to the end. Normally I would sort of start giving off any final thoughts, but there's not much to go on. It is a lot of setup. It's just setup. Lucy is about to destroy the mainframe that controls all the people that are under mind control or something. Norm is stuck with the crazy Vault 31 people. Stephanie's secret identity, secret past has been revealed. water chip is still broken. And Maximus is still trying to find Lucy. Cooper is still trying to find his family. And that's it. Yeah, and that's it. And somewhere out there is super mutant Ron Perlman trying to get his revenge on the human race. That's it. Nothing happened for me to comment on, really. So whatever did happen, I've already talked about, I guess. So I think that's it. That's it for now. Yeah. Um, I just can't wait for this to end. So yeah, that's it for now. Thank you for watching, and see you next week for the final episode of this season. Um, and yeah. Until then. Hello, everybody, and welcome back to another week of Fallout Season 2. Today, we'll be reviewing the final episode of this season. And, well, as I predicted, the last episode, because of the fact that it has to do so many payoffs to things that it establishes throughout the season and the previous season, it is going to be probably the meatiest of all episodes. Even though, like, episode 3 took us 3 hours, I don't know how that happened, but, yeah, there you go. But anyways, alright, we're not here to discuss episode 3, we're here to discuss episode 8, and, well, let's just get right into it, because like I said, we've got a lot of things to cover, time is wasting, so, let's get started right away. Alright, here we go. So, first thing we see is, after like 2 minutes of previously on, first thing we see is Caesar's Legion. Remember them? Yeah, from episode 3, I just mentioned. So now we see what happened to the I guess, Caesar's Legion civil war that happened. And, yeah, the result is most people died, not all, and Legatus Mecollicus was not one of the dead ones. And he managed to just stumble upon Caesar's corpse in the middle of the field and drag it into a tent. Another soldier saw him and he followed him. And when he goes inside to read Caesar's last will and testament, what great wisdom, what great generosity has the mighty Caesar bestowed upon his people? Well, the message actually says, I am Caesar, I am Caesar, I am the Legion, it dies with me. Let me just check again to see if it... Yeah, it ends with me, right. So, yeah, kind of a letdown, and a waste for all that infighting. But, well, should we discuss whether this is something that Caesar would do? I don't know. It's tricky to judge a person based on one encounter with one courier, one wastelander. But, I mean, if you follow the Legion path in New Vegas, it is suggested that Lanius tries to continue as Caesar after Caesar's death, and he, isn't as great of a leader as Caesar, so he doesn't do as well, but not necessarily like to a complete ruination of the Legion. It's just that it's not as good. So other than that, I don't think Caesar has ever mentioned um, having a problem with not being around. Um, I think it's more the fact that he's so egotistical, he's so full of himself that he can't even entertain the fact that he is a mortal man and that he can die like any other. You know, if not on the battlefield, then by disease, by cancer. Um, I think that was more the point, but not if if I can't have the Legion, then no one can. I don't think it was that. Um, yeah, I feel like if you were basing yourself off of like Rome, the Roman Empire, I guess not the Republic, the Roman Empire. I mean, there were multiple leaders there. There were multiple Caesars. So yeah, I don't think this makes any sense. You can argue that something happened to Caesar that we didn't see. Something off screen happened. Um, just like how something off screen happened and suddenly Luke Skywalker had no problem executing his nephew in cold blood. You can argue that something happened to Caesar that made him think that, you know what, without me, the Legion is kind of screwed. So um, instead of telling people that, instead of having a plan set in motion, like, hey, you guys are my most trusted members of my little family here. Here's what I'm planning to do. Once I die, the Legion has to be dissolved. No one can run it after me. You know, I'm sorry. It's nothing personal. It's just business. So I want you guys, as a last favor to me, that when I die, you immediately enact like a quick and precise plan to just kill off the Legion and send everyone else scattering in the wind. And yeah, let that be the end of that. But instead, no, he dies. And for, I mean, I guess they didn't tell us when he died. Uh, Even though, like, I feel like New Vegas heavily implies that if he doesn't treat his cancer, he will die right then and there. He won't live to see the second battle of Hoover Dam. Maybe. I'm not sure actually. What happens hmm, if you don't kill Kaiser and you side against him? It's not really mentioned. Yeah, okay. I guess. I mean, it is a brain tumor, and we already see him affecting. We already see it affecting him in New Vegas. So I don't know. If he doesn't die then and there, then I feel like his time is running out. So okay, let's be generous and say that he died 5 years after New Vegas. So that means for 15 years, his body's been there in the middle of the Legion HQ. I don't know. I'm still not sure if that was supposed to be Fortification Hill or not. I don't know. But his body was there for at least 15 years. And yeah, if his plan was to not let the Legion continue, then why even bother telling them that he's going to write his successor in a little note and before he dies? Uh, was he just doing a little bit of trolling before he dies, I guess, or something? I don't know. But yeah, that's what happened. The uh, the heir to the Legion is no one. The heir to Caesar's throne is Caesar himself and only Caesar. And now that Caesar is gone, so is the Legion. But anyways, you would think that would be the end of it, but unfortunately, because Legatus Mechalicus just happened to read this note in the privacy of a random tent somewhere, um, no one else knew about this except for the one soldier that followed him, and Mechalicus just goes fuck it, I'm gonna be Caesar now. And he stabs the only witness to Caesar's note, swallows the note, and takes Caesar's wreath off his head and walks out of the tent as the new Caesar. And he rallies the troops, all 25 of them, and he goes, we are going to New Vegas, and we are going to, what does he say exactly? He says, like, we're going to build our own thing. Okay. Let's see. Together we will reclaim the Holy Land that they call Vegas. Again, no one called it that. We will build a palace worthy of our empire. Caesar's palace. Yeah. Okay, thank you. That's it. Everyone just goes along. I love that the moment he walks out with the wreath, everyone goes, oh. Obviously, he wouldn't be wearing the wreath if he wasn't declared to be the new Caesar by Caesar. So, yeah, it's all good. Where's the note, by the way? Sir? Legatus? What happened to the note? Oh, it's gone? You don't know where it is? Weird. Didn't you just read it? It was only like 5 seconds ago? And now it's nowhere to be found? What's going on? No one questions anything. Why would Caesar choose you? Because he was his legate, I guess. What happened to Lanius? Dead, too, I guess. Yeah, great. Perfect. Whatever. So, yeah. Now it's Julius Macalicus Caesar. Great. So, yeah. If you thought that the end of the Legion was them fighting each other over who gets to be the new Caesar, which is a fate that you could sort of extrapolate some sort of poetic, ironic meaning from. No. The writers had you fooled for 5 episodes, and now they reveal to you that actually, nope, only a couple died, and yeah, the Legion are still here. They're not going anywhere. So, yeah, whoops. Sorry if you were, I guess, I don't know, impressed by them. Not really impressed. I mean, whatever. Sorry if you thought that there were any stakes in this story, in this season. But, yeah, there you go. Okay. So, cut back to the Lucky 38, where we last saw Cooper talking to Mr. House on the screen. We now continue the conversation. Cooper asks Mr. House where his family is, and House makes a deal with him that in exchange for you working for me, doing my bidding, acting as my proxy, because I guess all of his Securitrons had been destroyed or something, I will tell you where this secret underground vault is, where your family is. So, Cooper grabs one of the special Pip-Boys, I guess, that has Mr. House's face on it. So now he can guide him around. It's basically like a walkie-talkie with FaceTime technology built into the Pip-Boy. So Cooper takes some time to think about it, but finally, reluctantly agrees. And now we cut to Maximus, who just managed to destroy one of the few barricades keeping the Deathclaws from entering Freeside. And all of the Freeside people, realizing that the Deathclaws are about to be unleashed upon them, they run for their lives. Thaddeus, among them, still holding onto his arm, hasn't sewn it back on yet. Hasn't got it reattached by any means. I guess because it's funny or something. But anyways, so you're thinking to yourself, oh no, Maximus, he's in peril. What will ever happen? Well, luckily, the NCR power armor suit has like a built-in AI guidance system, like like Jarvis or Friday, um, and suddenly he sees like a display on the HUD that says weapons activated, and he goes, "Oh, weapons activated. What does that mean?" Oh, and it turns out that the whole this whole time he had a bunch of like Boba Fett style missiles strapped to his back, and now he's just running around, insta killing Death Claws, blowing them to pieces with relative ease. And all the Freesiders are holed up in a store, watching the onslaught as Maximus continues to take on one Deathclaw at a time. We come back to Lucy, who's found the source, the mainframe for Hank's experiments, and it's the Congresswoman, something something. At first, Lucy thinks that it's like a dead head with wires attached to it, but suddenly it's moving, it's blinking, and it can barely utter 2 words. Kill me, please kill me. Okay, 3 words. It can only utter a couple of words. The head wants to die. Lucy, obviously, since the beginning of the season, since the beginning of the show, had a sort of moral problem against killing, even if it's in this instance a mercy. It would be more evil, technically, to let her continue to suffer instead of just pulling the plug, so to speak. So yeah, Lucy is hesitant, but eventually she musters enough willpower to finally do the deed. We don't see it happen, but she has like a crowbar, I guess, and she just smashes her head with it, and we see the power going off. So we're just meant to extrapolate from that she killed the senator, congresswoman, and shut down the mainframe. Now we come back to Norm. Norm, he's still there in the Vault-Tec offices. He's being dragged for a trial, I guess. Even though it seems like he's being dragged off to his execution. Anyways, his little friend, lady friend, tries to defend him, but to no avail. Suddenly, though, I don't know if it's. Are they okay? Number 2 grabs her by the hair, or no. He just shoves her aside, and her head hits an elevator button, and the elevator opens. The elevator doors open, and they expect someone or something to come out, but there's nothing. It's an empty shaft. And one lady even looks down and goes, "Oh, there's nothing here. Nothing to worry about." And suddenly, a rad roach jumps up and immediately, like, gnaws her neck off. I mean, this is the most aggressive I've seen rad roaches to be. Maybe they've been starved or something. But anyways, the Red Roach farm that Marjoon and her other person have been maintaining here has been set loose upon the Vault 31ers, and luckily Norm just happened to find a conveniently placed metal chair to protect himself with, and he's just short enough that he can just turtle himself inside the chair, and yeah, the rabbit's just like, let me in, I want to eat you, but there's no entry point. He's holed up tight, So the Red Roach just gives up and moves on to other people around. Um, but then Hank, not Hank. Am I saying Hank or Norm? Norm lets go of the chair and then runs with the Vault 31ers. Red Roach is still flying around him, but all of them seem to be focused on the Vault 31ers and not him. They're all flying past him, even though there's a juicy meal right there for them to gnaw on, but it's almost like they've been programmed to only attack the Vault 31ers. It's weird because the next thing that happens, he sees the Vault 31 people running into a room to barricade themselves in, and he tries to get there. He's the last one there, and they try to block him out. They're holding the door. He's trying to hold the door, open the door, and they're holding it shut. But it's only part way. They haven't managed to shut it fully. Red Roach is still there, but none of them leap at Norm's neck or anything. And then the guy, number 2, I think, he shoves him down, away from the door. But as he's about to shut the door, a Red Roach comes in and tries to gnaw his face. And he's like, oh, you, get off of me. And then the Red Roach gets in. Everyone panics. The guy is panicking, hasn't closed the door still, so all of the other Red Roaches also fly into the room, again, ignoring Norm, who's just standing in front of the door. They all fly past him, into the door, into the room. The door shuts, and everyone inside is getting just, mauled by these ferocious roaches. And Norm is just sitting outside like, oh, okay. Well, that just happened. Oh, well, he's hiding behind a table, to be fair. So you can't argue with that logic. Anyways, cut back to Cooper, who's still being guided by Mr. House into the underground vault. Yeah, they're building up to the reveal of something we already know, so there's nothing really new to talk about here. We'll get to it. We'll get to it when we get to it. Maximus is still fighting Deathclaws. He's taking them down one at a time, but he's starting to run out of magic missiles. He's trying to run out of energy, willpower, and people inside are starting to take bets on how many Deathclaws he can take before he dies or something. Before he dies. Oh, they're betting on how many minutes before he goes down. Thaddeus, though, goes, no, I'm betting 500 caps that he wins. Because, he's my friend and I like him. Actually, he says a line, I almost said funny line. It's not a funny line, but it's a line that made me kind of go, oh, that's something. He says 500 caps. I bet that 500 caps that he wins. And one of the guys inside goes, you don't have 500 caps. And he just wiggles his pants, and a large amount of caps, probably around 500 or so, fall down. And he goes, this is the line I'm talking about. I used to make money for a living. Okay, full context. The full line is, counted, losers. I used to make money for a living. As in, okay, you know what I mean, right? He's making money, as in the currency, in the Sunset Sarsaparilla bottling thing that he was in, and he made it for a living. Was he getting paid for it? Actually, think about it now. It's not that clever of a line. Maybe it is. I just don't know why. Anyway, I don't know. when I heard that, I was like, oh, that's something. Um, I think it's just the clever wordplay. I guess I don't know. I'm trying to be reasonable here. I'm trying to be a little bit generous, but yeah, okay. Anyways, back to the underground vault, and Lucy's distraught by what she had done. Cooper is still making his way to the vault. Hank, Hank basically reveals that he hasn't been working for House, um, and obviously he wasn't working for Vaultec either. Um, and he reveals that Mr. House built these chips to make people completely subservient, but I took them and I made them only a little bit subservient. I still wanted people to maintain some um what's the word, some what's the word I'm looking for. I wanted them to maintain some level of um it's escaping me. It's not character. It's like it's like a thing, personality. That's it, personality. I wanted to keep some of their personalities still. I don't want them to be completely subservient robots. Um, Instead, I'll just make them human slaves instead of completely non-human slaves. But yeah. So I don't know if there's anything important he says here. Let me check. Yeah, nothing much. He just he's just glazing his employers. Oh, he's talking about the mainframe and why it was the congresswoman, and apparently it's because she was so nice and so non-threatening that it made for a perfect baseline the for his slaves. Yeah, that's it. Okay, they couldn't find like another nice person to do these experiments on. But anyways, um, House is telling him. Well, we'll get to it actually. Okay, so well, yeah, it's about to be revealed. So flashback to Cooper after giving the cold fusion to the president, and he's celebrating with Barbara, that thinking that they just saved the world. They run into Hank, who, okay, I guess in a day or a couple of days, he met up with, hooked up with, and oh yeah, she does say, yeah, in one night they met up and they talked, and now Hank has proposed to Stephanie Harper, um, the Lucky 38 employee, hotel maid. Um, uh, yeah, he says she has a truly unbelievable resume for a hotel maid. I'm hoping Mr. Askins can find a job for her. I don't know what she told him, but apparently it was good enough to convince him, not only convince him that she's perfect Voltec material, but also perfect wife material. Um, all in a nightly talk. Brilliant. Um, so yeah, Coop and Barb say congratulations to the newly happy couple, and um, Hank and Stephanie depart. Um, Suddenly, though, I think they're not at the Lucky 38 still. I think they're at like the airport or something. Um, is it supposed to be McCarran? Uh, mm, I don't know. No. Looks just like a regular airport to me. Um, I mean, to be fair, McCarran wasn't an airport. It was an air base, right? It was like a military air base. There's Searchlight Airport, right? Yeah. Anyways, as they're walking, suddenly a payphone starts ringing. Then two, three, four. Then all of the payphones around the terminal start ringing. Now we cut back to the present, and let's see. Oh, so Hank reveals that his endgame is to make these brain chips so small that you wouldn't even know who's being controlled. So that's perfect. And basically, Hank throws on the old unreliable, not unreliable. What is it? The old reliable, the old and reliable, the tried and true and tested method of villainy, which is if you're not with me, you're against me. And with that, he excuses him putting one of those tiny brain chips inside of his daughter because she just, gosh darn it, she just won't listen to me. She won't let me enslave people for my sinister, villainous employers. Gosh, don't you hate that when that happens? When your daughter keeps telling you off for enslaving people? Been there, right? Anyways, as the big guy, the Legion soldier from before, tries to restrain Lucy long enough for Hank to insert his brain chip into her neck, Cooper walks into the scene. And, oh, okay. They do leave it for a bit of a cliffhanger. Okay, so we don't see what happens just yet. We cut back to Maximus, still in Freeside, fighting Deathclaws. People are still taking bets. His energy, his power armor is all running on reserve power. And suddenly, just when he thought that everything was over, when he was about to be overwhelmed by another Deathclaw, suddenly a shot rings out. And it's none other than Thaddeus, who climbed up on the roof of the Atomic Wrangler and still, his arm still unattached, managed to steady his rifle on his foot and is helping out. So yeah, great. Unfortunately, I guess he's using like a, what are those called? Like a single action rifle, because he fires one shot and then he goes, "Oh, I gotta reload." Like seriously, you just happen to have like a 1800 rifle? Like even like an M1 Grand has a couple of rounds, but yeah. So suddenly, Maximus is back to square one again, having to fend off Deathclaws all by his own, and things are looking rough. Deathclaw pins him down, starts chopping at his shoulder pads, his armor, and yeah, cut back to Hank, who is about to put the chip in, and suddenly a shot rings out. A shot is fired onto the Legion soldier holding Lucy down, and then a shot. Oh, and then we see who is doing it, and it's Cooper. Cooper is here to save Lucy because might as well. No one says he couldn't do it. He shoots the Legion guy with like a tranquilizer dart in the head, and then he shoots Hank in the ass, just like Lucy was doing in episode 1. So you see, Cooper learned a little bit from Lucy, and Lucy learned a little bit from Cooper. And basically, he tells Lucy that he's yours to do with as you please. It's all up to you. You want to kill him, you want to do whatever you want to do. It's all up to you. It's none of my business. and he walks away. Um, we see Lucy looking over at the brain chip that was almost inserted into her, and then we cut back to Maximus. His armor is so damaged that he can't even get up. He has a flashback to his dad telling him that you are you're a good boy, and one day you will be a good man. Which is, considering all the fucking war crimes he's done, it's kind of funny. But that little speech motivates him to finally get up and get back into the fight. Oh no, actually, no. Oops. He doesn't get up. Instead, he ditches his power armor and tries to make a last stand with a roulette wheel as a shield and a metal pipe as some sort of makeshift spear, I guess. I don't know why. At this point, I would run. I would ask the people inside, hey, can you, give me some... Does anyone have a gun I can use or something? You don't have to go outside. It's fine. I get it. You're scared. Just give me something to kill these Deathclaws. But, instead he makes a heroic stand, almost like he knows that he'll be able to walk away from it. Because the Atomic Wrangler bartender from before, if you remember, if you don't, then that's fine. He sees him and goes, "Oh, what? He's just a kid? Damn. Well, I can't let just some kid die. I was happy to let a faceless NCR power armor soldier die, but it's just a kid. Oh no. Now I've got my humanities." And he gets his gun out and goes, "You know what? Come on, guys, let's go save him." Then the lady that's collecting all the bets is like, that's not gonna happen. I'm not gonna do that. Maximus is tensing up, ready to take on the Deathclaws with a fucking metal pipe. And then Deathclaw gets shot in the head and falls over. And you think, oh, Thaddeus is offering assistance still. You're not useless after all. Max looks over to Thaddeus and he goes, "No, that wasn't me, that was them." And it points to an NCR Ranger firing an anti-material rifle. Just like in the intro cinematic, the intro cutscene for New Vegas, if you remember. It's the same shot, but it's daylight instead of nighttime. When I saw that, I just rolled my eyes and I was like, okay, whatever, show. But you think that's it? No. It's not just one NCR Ranger who just popped out of the ground to save Maximus. It's all the remnants of the NCR. They have gathered and are marching towards Freeside. What? Where have they been? Why haven't they been helping before? Why have they decided to help now? But that's not it. You think that's it? No. Then, out of all the NCR soldiers, fucking little 5-foot lady walks in front and goes, "Turn up," like she's the squad leader, and it's the same lady from that Lucy and Cooper met in their little hideout. If you remember, it was her, and who else was with her? If you remember, do you remember? Does anyone remember? Okay, let me tell you. The other person who was with her was a former NCR Ranger, as you can tell from his armor, who was I don't know, he was talking to a dead bird or something. More importantly, it's the same NCR Ranger that Hank presumably snuck up on, knocked out, dragged into his underground vault, and inserted his brain chip, mind control chip inside of. All without her noticing, somehow. Yeah, that's weird. So she just woke up one day and didn't see old crazy Pete, and she was like, Whatever. He must have gone home, I guess. So yeah, it's pretty lucky. It's pretty lucky that Hank chose the ranger guy and not her. Can you imagine her getting fucking stapled in the head? But yeah, there you go. Anyways, but now she's here, not mind controlled or anything, and she tells Maximus that we got it. We got it from here. Don't worry, kid. We'll take care of it. Um, Even though, I mean, I don't know what a bunch of service rifles are going to do to a Deathclaw, but they've got the numbers, at least, so at least there's that. And that anti-material rifle, packs a mean punch, so good luck to them. Anyways, now we cut back to Hank, who has had the chip inside of him, just like Lucy wanted, but she hasn't activated it still. She wants, I guess, to say goodbye to Hank before he becomes just, I guess, like a fantasy make believe version of himself. Like even Lucy's saying like, "I'm gonna turn into the dad that I thought you were," or something. Um, Let me see. I think this is when she says that. Hold on. I don't know. I think it's. Hold on. I think with the subtitles, I think I can just pull the transcript instead. Let me see. So if I go down all the way to 32 minutes. What? Hello? Oh, okay. It's loading one subtitle. Okay, whatever. So yeah, it's what I said. She's gonna turn him into the father that she thought he was. So basically, like a good person. Basically, is what she's trying to say. Um, Hank is telling her that the Legion is coming. They're gonna march on here. Blah blah blah. Again, like I don't care. Yeah, the Legion is coming. Okay, does that give you like fucking a white check, a blank check to enslave people for your cause? Whatever. Um, he talks about the well. He says okay, some weird stuff. He says that um, this whole time the experiments weren't the vaults. The surface is the experiment. Um, he says that he says like some like the vault where I think he's saying that the Vault 31 people are part of an experiment, or they are an experiment. They just don't know it, or something. I don't know. I think it's just a bunch of vague bullshit set up for the next season. Um, so I don't care about that. Anyways, he pulls out a secret remote, and I think I think he. I mean, the remote looks exactly as the same as the one Lucy is holding. So I don't know. Okay, but I think we're meant to assume that his remote, when he pressed the button on it, it gave him like amnesia. It completely like wiped his memory away because he shuts down for a bit, and as he's rebooting, Lucy's hugging him, and he then wakes up and he's like, "Oh, hello, miss. Excuse me there. You got something on your face." So yeah, it's not like, "Oh, Lucy, what's going on? What am I doing here? What are you doing here?" No, instead he's like, "Howdy there, young lady. What's going on? What seems to be the problem?" So yeah, total reset. So Lucy does the only thing she can do, which is just to get up and walk away. Uh, because that man is no longer her father. Her father is gone. Not dead, but gone. Um, I guess this is their excuse for them, that if they wanted in the next season to bring Hank back, they could just make up some bullshit thing where something happened and suddenly he's got his memories back again, and then dun dun dun, he's a villain again. Or if they, if the actor doesn't want to come back, then they'll just shelve him and say that he's just wandering the wasteland all by himself. Anyways, as Lucy is walking off into the distance, she runs into Maximus, and they are finally reunited. I know everyone's been waiting for this great, heart wrenching moment where two of our main characters finally reunite. The heart of the show, really. Anyways, speaking of the heart of the show, the Vault 32ers are still banging on Stephanie Harper's door, and Stephanie doesn't open up, and instead pulls out her secret keepsake stash, which is revealed to be just a Pip-Boy with an Enclave symbol on it. And she uses that to contact the Enclave, and she tells the people listening that I am Stephanie Harper, I am Hank McClane's wife. I don't know how this works, but I've been told that you're always listening, so if you can hear this, initiate phase 2. Which, you might go, ooh, what is phase 2? Is it all the vault, life support systems get shut down? Some sort of chemical gets released, killing everyone, like a failsafe thing? Is it all the vault doors open? All the vault doors get buried in concrete? What is it? Well, you're gonna have to wait until next season to find out, because it's more setup. It's more setup. You think that Stephanie's story is gonna get resolved this season? Nope. She's gonna be trapped in that door for a whole year until next season comes out. Yeah, they show us the same Enclave base that what's his face escaped from, and they're receiving all these messages. Anyways, we come back to Norm, who crawls back from under the table, and he walks into the room where everyone was, where all the Vault 31ers and all the Radroaches were kept, and now, in the midst of all the carnage, get this. This probably won't be surprising to you, but it's less surprising, and it's more like, it's not surprising that it happened. It's surprising to see that people still have the guts to think then that they can just do this and get away with it. Norm opens the door, and there's blood everywhere. Every single person from Vault 31, every single person that wanted him dead, has been killed by Radroaches. All the Radroaches have been killed, presumably by the Vault 31ers. So it's a big stalemate. But the one person who didn't get hit at all doesn't even have... Okay, she has some blood on her. It's the love interest. It's the only person that was nice to her, that tried to... nice to him. It's the only person that was nice to him that was trying to defend him. And she's the sole survivor. So Hank just carries her, puts her on a stretcher, and they walk out of Vault-Tec headquarters. Bam. There you go. Okay, well, that solves that, I guess. Whenever you're in a problem, just toss some Radroaches and everything will sort itself out. There you go. Perfect. I love how that's how you solve every problem, Oh, all these people have found out his dark... Well, not really dark, but these evil people have finally found out that there's someone who doesn't belong with them, and they're all plotting to kill him. What do we do now? Oh, just have them all die? Oh, yeah, yeah, that works. Okay. Everyone dies. The end. Brilliant. Um, Cut back to Cooper, and he's still walking through the underground vault looking for his family. Um, then we cut back to the airport. Flashback, pre-war. Cooper picks up one of the payphones, and it's Mr. House. And he's telling him that, I want you to know, whatever is about to happen, that's not me. And Cooper is like, huh? What wasn't you? And he goes, whatever is about to happen. I guess because he's using like the predicting algorithm things, he managed to pick up on something. And yeah, so he's being watched by a bunch of agents. Presumably, these are the proto enclave, and they arrest him for. Does it say yet? Okay, it doesn't say yet. Okay, so Cooper, now in the present, has finally found the cryogenic chambers where both Barbara and Janie are being kept. He opens their pods and finds them to be empty. Okay, now we cut to the agents who arrest Cooper. On the authority of the House Un-American Activities Committee. Basically, you've been un-American somehow, and now we're gonna get you. And I guess it's supposed to be. We're meant to take from this that actually, Mr. House wasn't the bad guy. Voltec weren't the bad guys. It was the Enclave, which is still stupid. Yeah, they're just playing hot potato with something that they themselves started. We all know who started the war, and we all know that it won't make sense for the people who are trying to stop the war from starting the war. Um, but yeah, so now there is, instead of Voltec or Mr. House, they're saying that the Enclave, aka the U.S. government, have been involved in the destruction, the end of the world. And because the president is basically the president of the United States is the leader of the Enclave. When he finally got the cold fusion that he wanted, he I guess he ordered Cooper to be arrested, and they're just gonna throw him in a hole somewhere and lock the door and throw away the key, and that'll be the end of that. Then they'll be free to do whatever they want. Yeah. Anyways, we cut to Cooper. I should have mentioned this earlier in the beginning of the airport flashback scene. Um, yeah, Barb is telling Cooper that I'm thinking that we should head to Bakersfield, like to live there or relocate or something. And he goes, "Oh, it's not far enough, you know. I'm thinking we go to Colorado, something like that." So okay, now that you've got that, now we see in the present, Cooper is seeing the two empty pods, cryogenic pods where his wife and daughter used to be, and he sees a postcard saying "Greetings from Colorado," and he takes from that as a hint that this is where Barbara and Janie are. She writes in the postcard. She writes, "Colorado was a great idea, a good idea." So yeah, from that he extrapolates, I guess, he concludes that at some point in the timeline, whether 1 year ago or 20 years ago or 100 years ago, for all he knows, Barb and Janie woke up from the cryopod. Did they wake themselves up or someone else woke them up? And they fled for Colorado. So, you know what that means? No conclusion on Cooper's family in this season, 2. Instead, we're getting more setups for next season because that's where Cooper's heading. Next season, Cooper goes to Colorado. Speaking of setup for next season, we see the Legion marching on New Vegas, and Maximus and Lucy are in the Lucky 38 penthouse overlooking, and they basically sign off the season with Lucy going, well, I could have stopped this, but I didn't. It's all my fault. And Maximus tells her that, yeah, well, welcome to the wasteland, right? Because in Fallout, sometimes you make some decisions that don't end well and stuff. So it's like the games, right? So that makes it okay. Yeah. And then the camera's zooming back, and we see Mr. House's face flickering in the screen. Again, another tease, like maybe he'll be back next season. Maybe, is he alive? Is he dead? Cooper's overlooking someplace. I'm guessing this is supposed to be Colorado. It's not as well. Okay, it is pretty deserty. I was gonna say it's not as deserty as Nevada, but it's pretty deserty. But yeah, just like the end of the first season, with Hank looking at New Vegas from the horizon. Now we see Cooper. Now the season ends with Cooper looking over, I'm guessing, Colorado on the horizon. So, and there you go. The episode ends. We cut the credits, but that's not the end of everything, because there is, don't go anywhere, get back on your seat, there is one more scene, a post-credit scene, a mid-credit scene, really, and it's the Brotherhood of Steel. You thought they were gone? You thought that they destroyed themselves, wiped themselves out? I wouldn't blame you, because they've been shelling each other with artillery and bombs and missiles, and they're all floating around in big metal air balloons, but no, they're still fighting each other. They've sustained some casualties, some injuries, but not enough that they've been basically wiped out into extinction. We see Dane heading up to the Elder, who's also alive, and he basically goes, well, I tried uniting the Brotherhood. I tried getting them all under one banner, all on the same side, but it didn't work. So, you know what? Screw it. Quintus the Unifier is dead. Quintus the Destroyer has arrived, or what does he say? Quintus the Destroyer is born. And we see what the little blueprints, plans that Dane was giving the Elder, and it's blueprints for Liberty Prime Alpha. And that's our teaser for the Brotherhood arc, I guess, for season 3. So, and now it's over, and now it's done. Well, there we go. I don't know where to start, because, like I said, after, like, halfway through, basically after Hank erases his memory, everything else after that is just setup. There's nothing for me to comment on, because there's nothing has happened yet. It's the promise of things happening. Cooper may or may not reunite with his family in season 3, so stick around to find out. The Brotherhood may or may not fully wipe each other out. They may or may not successfully build Liberty Prime with the fucking scrap metal they've got. Sure. And what else? I guess Norm may or may not somehow reunite with Lucy in the wasteland, in the middle of the wasteland. Lucy and Maximus may or may not be the de facto leaders of New Vegas. There may or may not be a war between the NCR and the Legion over New Vegas in season 3. Yeah, anything else? We didn't even see anything with Vault 33, the incest community. Betty, did they get the water fix or not? Don't know. Stephanie may or may not somehow manage to escape from her precarious situation that she found herself to be in. The Enclave may or may not be back in next season. They may or may not be the main villain somehow, even though, again, they've been gone for a while, but who cares? Yeah, that's it. Anything else? Legion. Mention the Legion, NCR, the Brotherhood. Norm, Stephanie, Lucy, Maximus, Cooper. House. Mr. House may or may not be back. He may or may not be dead. The Platinum Chip may or may not exist. The Courier may or may not exist. And that's it. If we want to talk about the things that happened, well, Norm was in a bit of a trouble, but then he got out of it unscathed. Stephanie was in a bit of a trouble, and she may or may not get out of it unscathed. It's unresolved until next season. Yeah, I guess the only person who had some sort of conclusion was Lucy finally caught up to her father, confronted him, and brought him to some sort of justice. Not the justice that she was hoping for, that she had in mind, but it was a justice, a resolution. My God, that's it. Nothing else happened. Everything else is either on stasis for it to pick up in the next season, like Cooper and his family, like Vault 33 and the Water Chip, like Stephanie and the Vault 32 people, the Enclave, the NCR and Legion War. All of it is just TBD. TBD. Brotherhood. Yep. TBD. Yeah, that's it. Ron Perlman as a super mutant. Is he coming back? TBD. So there you go. Incredible. Is everyone excited for season 3, where things may or may not happen? I sure am. In season 3, we're gonna have Norm in California. We're gonna have the Brotherhood in Area 51. Lucy and Maximus and Thaddeus in New Vegas, and Cooper in Colorado. If you think that this season was just a bunch of stretched out bunch of nonsense, I can only imagine what season 3 is going to be. It's going to be like. But yeah, there you go. That's the end of season 2. I know. It's weird. Usually, like even season one's ending, there was a big battle with Brotherhood and NCR. Um, the revelation of Hank and what he did. The revelation that Barb and Voltec may or may not have started the war. Stuff like that. This season, the Enclave is back. The NCR is back. Legion is back. Brotherhood are still around. And Mr. House is maybe back. And that's it. That's it. Cooper's family may still be alive. So yeah, I wish there was more for me to say, but I've got nothing. I got nothing. There's nothing. You know, I can only like Lucy and her dad, Hank. Okay, that's it. She dealt with that as she thought best, and Hank subverted her decision at the last minute. So you know, he valued his loyalty to the Enclave, and she was still holding out for hope that you know that he for once value her instead. But that didn't happen. Well, okay, that's it. I'm done. I'm done talking about it. I've um I've held off on talking about this, but ever since like episode 3, episode 4, I just I just wasn't looking forward to even doing this anymore. I wanted to stop, but I feel like barely anyone is talking about the show, and those who are just glazing the show, falling for all the meme berries and key janglings they are doing, but none of them are actually talking about the story, the plot, because there barely is any. The characters. Um, so I feel like someone, at least one person out there, has to point out that no, actually, this isn't good, guys. Let's stop doing this. Let's not do this. This is not good. But yeah, so I've at least done that. And if there is a season 3, and apparently there is, unfortunately, I don't know if I'll even cover it. You know, I've just I've had I've had such an awful time with this. Seeing all my favorite parts of Fallout, you know, the lore, the characters, just getting ruined, getting altered, perverted until they're barely even recognizable. Why would anyone want to do that? You know, why would anyone want to subject themselves to this pain? Really, um, you know, I don't know, but we'll see. We'll see. I mean, besides the NCR and Legion stuff, like things like Cooper heading to Colorado, no Fallout game has ever taken place in Colorado. Barely any mentions of Colorado as far as I'm aware. Maybe even zero mentions of Colorado in the Fallout universe. So things like that, when they're starting from an empty slate, I can handle more. I can handle like schlocky writing. I can handle incompetent writing. Um, what I can't handle is disrespect to the source material, disrespect to the thing that got you this job in the first place. That I just can't stand. I have to. I can't just let go. You know. So we'll see. But things are not looking good as far as a season 3 coverage. But we'll see. It's gonna be like a year from now, maybe even more. So we'll see. Anyways, I thought before we leave, I would do like a review for the whole season. So, but even that, I'm just don't care about doing anymore. So, very quickly, episode 1. I think I gave like a 4. Um, or 3. Let's be generous, say 4. Episode 2 is a 3. Episode 3 is a 2. Let me see. Just so I don't forget. Okay. 4, 3, 2. Episode 4. Which one is that? I'll have to use my thumbnails as a guide to remember what the episodes were all about. Where did I put them? Did I put them in here? Oh, I put them in here. Okay. Episode 4. Oh, okay. So it's with the Kings, with the Deathclaw flashback. Oh yeah, and with the beginning of the Brotherhood Civil War. Okay, 3. Episode 5. 2. Episode 6. Man, I want to say 1, but I'll be generous. Say 6. Sorry. For episode 6, I'll say 2 instead of 1. Episode 7, like I said, it's only mainly because nothing, like barely anything happens. So 3.5. Okay, let's say 4. This episode is definitely another 2, maybe even 1. But again, I'm being nice. So, okay, round that up. Divide by 8. That's 7, 9, 12, 14, 16, 20, 22. Divided by 8. Well, I believe 24 divided by 8 is 3. No? So it's... Would that be more than 3 or less? Let's see. 22 divided by 8. Okay, it's a 2.75. So we'll round up and say overall season 2 gets a 3. And in comparison, I'd say that season 1 gets like a 4.5. 5. No, 5 means average. 4. Yeah, 4. We'll be generous. 4.5. Okay, 4.5. But no rounding up. Okay, to avoid doing rounding up from 4.5 to 5, we'll give it a 4.49. Okay, season 1. Season 2, it's a solid 3. And that's me being generous, by the way. Could have been less. Could have been 2.5. Man, what a mess. But luckily, it's over and we can rest for now. So yeah. Thank you to anyone who's been watching. Thank you for anyone who's dedicated themselves to going out there and talking about the show and how it's not good, and what things it was doing wrong and what things it was doing right. Not just yelling at people for liking the show. I'm talking about people who actually spend time to break down everything. Anyone out there is fighting the good fight, thank you, salute, and yeah. Let's hope that somehow this will impact the show's performance somehow, but I really doubt it. The show is just going full steam ahead. It's liked by everyone. Not everyone, but it's liked by a lot of people. So I don't see any change in the wind anytime soon. So, yeah. On that mortifying note, I bid you all farewell. Once again, thank you for watching, and hopefully, I'll see you never. But if there's a season 3, then I may or may not see you there. But if this is the last time we see each other, then goodbye.